sulkumi na sauke zan cire ƙarabar mai alfarma ga tambura ana sauke zan buga tambarin mai alfarma jakunkuna na ɗiyan waka yawa zan kira awon sardauna raba gardama ɗan raba gamjo mazanjiya mai alfarma
an gaida Ahmadu Bello gamji mazan kwarai mai alfarma firimiya na arewa Ahmadu Bello raba sardauna
gaida Ahmadu Bello gamje mazan kwarai mai alfarma firimiya na arewa Ahmadu Bello raba sardauna
zan gaida Ahmadu Bello gamje mazan kwarai mai alfarma.
Well, let me start by welcoming you to this very important gathering, and most importantly, apologize for starting this program slightly late. It's due to circumstances as always beyond control. My name is Bello, and I will be the master of ceremony at this very important occasion. I am glad that we already have seated in our midst important dignitaries who will chart a direction for this program. Let me start by acknowledging and inviting to the high table the chairman of this occasion, Professor Muhammad Nasiruddin Maiturare, to the high table, please. Please, a round of applause. I wouldn't want to go further without slightly telling you a little bit about who Professor Muhammad Nasiruddin Maiturare is. Professor Muhammad Nasiruddin Maiturare was born in Paiko, Niger State, Nigeria. He graduated from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, with a BSc Actuarial Science degree in 1985 in finance. In addition, he obtained certificates in computer hardware and database management from IMC, New Delhi, and IIIT, Bombay, India, in 2001, as well as a certificate in University Enterprise Partnership from Paris, France, in 2003. This erudite scholar began his lecturing career at the Department of Business Administration / Actuarial Science, ABU Zaria, in 1987. In his quest for knowledge and expertise on pension systems and actuarial discipline, he went on a sabbatical to the National Pension Commission, Abuja, in 2013. This scholar par excellence has published numerous academic works in the fields of actuarial science, pension, and finance, and has attended several conferences locally and internationally, including in countries like UK, USA, Germany, Ethiopia, Egypt, and South Africa. Over the years in his career, he has held several positions, including being the head of Department of Business Administration, Dean, Faculty of Administration, and Director, Institute of Administration. Beyond academic environment, Professor Maiturare has garnered valuable experience in boards of private and public institutions, as well as governing councils of state and federal universities across this country. It will also interest you to know that Professor Maiturare was once a Vice Chancellor of Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida Lapai in Niger State from 2015 to 2019. At the national level, he is a member of TechFund Technical Advisory Group, where he served as member of the Implementation Monitoring Committee of Needs Assessment Intervention Fund for Nigerian Public Universities. He's also a member Technical Committee on the CBN Center of Excellence in Accounting, Banking and Finance, and Economics. He's also a member Economic and Social Advisory Council of Niger State, among other responsibilities. Professor Metrare is currently the chairman of the Advisory Council of Experts, Jaiz Takaful Insurance PLC, as well as a member, Board of Trustees, International Center for Islamic Culture and Education. He is a member and a fellow of several professional organizations, one of which is council member of the Institute of Actuaries, Nigeria. He is also a fellow of Risk Management Society of Nigeria and a founding member of the Academy of Management, Nigeria. Please, another round of applause for. Let me also quickly acknowledge and invite to the high table the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Professor Sani Abdullah. Please, a round of applause. Let me also invite to the high table the Dean of Business School, where we are all seated at this moment. Is no other than Professor Habib Sabari. Please, a round of applause. Let me also invite the Secretary of IIIT, Nigeria Central Office, to organize this important program, Malam Shitu Muhammad Sadi. Let me also invite to the high table the Director, Institute of Administration, Professor Abdul Karim Suraju. Please, a round of applause. While we await the coming of other important dignitaries, let me also invite to the high table Dr. Awalu Haruna, the Director, CBN Center of Excellence, ladies and gentlemen, like I said from my introduction, we are already behind schedule. In the light of these, we shall delay no further. And at this moment, I shall confide with the chairman for the next line of action. And once again, thank you very much for making our time to be a part of this important program. There's a very important person I have not mentioned, even though I was actually of the belief that he was on his way coming, and I was just made to understand that he's already here. He's no other person than the co-host of this important workshop, the coordinator of IIIT Central Nigeria Office, Abuja, Dr. Aliyu A. Tanko. Please, a round of applause for him. Dr. Aliyu A. Tanko works with National Hajj Commission, Abuja. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Chairman, sir, by virtue of our schedule today, the program begins with the opening prayer. With your kind permission, sir, I will urge you to take a few seconds and pray according to our individual faiths. Please. Thank you very much. It is our tradition as Nigerians to begin our programs with the national anthem. And as always, we stand as we take the national anthem. Please. Thank you for his opening remark. Chairman, sir.
Of ceremony, as you rightly observed, we are a little bit behind schedule, and so we shall proceed with the program, as already circulated, the program of events, which I hope you all have copies. The Vice Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, ably represented Professor Kabir Bala, represented by Dr. Awal Haruna, the Dean of Postgraduate School, Professor Sani Abdullahi, who in a way is also, if there's a third co-host, we'll say another co-host, as the Dean of Postgraduate School and also a member of the department. The Director, Institute of Administration, Professor Siraj Abdul Karim, the Dean, Ahmadu Bello University Business School, Professor Habibu Sabari, the head of department, the Dr. Ali Tanko, the uncle of IIIT, the head of department of banking and finance, Dr. Ismail Tijani, colleagues, professors, our dear students, members of the press, let me begin by saying good morning to all of you. I begin in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. It's my honor and privilege to sit in as the chairman of this very, very important workshop. Islamic finance, as we all know, has been gaining traction, momentum, and global prominence in recent times. Indeed, the Islamic financial services industry is today a very, very important part of the international financial ecosystem. And the need for the change of paradigm has long been established. Some 40 years ago, I should say. Of course, Islamic banking or Islamic finance generally, it predates the 1981 that I'm going to refer to. It started maybe even in the 60s in Egypt. But I should say the major development in Islamic finance could also be attributed to the effort some 40 years ago when the book on Islamic economics by Muhammad Khan, which incidentally was co-published by IIIT. And it led, or is part of the significant efforts that have laid the foundation for the development of Islamic finance, in its present state. Islamic finance has become so prominent and so popular today for several reasons. It has the double advantage of being a model that is rooted in divine wisdom, and it also provides a very suitable alternative to the challenges of the current financial system, both at the enterprise level and also at the systemic levels of the economy of nations and the globe as a whole. And there are so many reasons for that. Unlike the conventional system, the Islamic financial transactions are usually accompanied by productive activity. And so there is actually no divorce between the financial and the real. And that's what makes Islamic finance a very unique financial system. It has then made it possible for Islamic financing to be expanding along with the real economy. In fact, some experts have ventured to ask a rhetorical question: will the world global crisis have happened if Islamic principles had been followed? Of course, experts will continue to probe that question, and answers will continue to flow. Little wonder then that Islamic finance is today a dynamic area of the international financial system, with a rising demand for a more ethical approach to finance. And we all know that Islamic finance is set to continue to increase in importance over time. And the conference that we are having today is only one among several that are taking place all over the world in different universities, both in our continent and also in the Western continent. For example, in a conference on Islamic banking and finance that was organized by Lancaster University Management School, a very famous professor, Torsten Beck, who is a renowned professor of banking and finance, whom some of you may have come across, in his keynote address made a remark about Islamic banking being more robust than the conventional banking system during the global financial crisis that happened in the early 2010s. He made this observation or this assertion based on a study he conducted across some 22 countries that are both conventional and Islamic financial system. And in that study, he finds that Islamic banks are better capitalized, they have higher asset quality, and less likely to disintermediate during crisis. The better stock performance of the listed Islamic banks during the latest crisis was due to their higher capitalization and better asset quality. That is to say that Islamic finance is being proven to be quite robust, more stable when it comes to the financial sector generally. And recently, according to the Islamic Finance Industry Stability Report 2020, that Islamic financial sector maintained a positive growth of 11.4% year on year, with the MISL total worth being estimated at about $2.4 trillion. That is the size of the Islamic financial system at the moment, and is set to grow in the next couple of years to over 3 trillion. And it is interesting to note that three major segments of the the Islamic financial system: Islamic banking, Islamic capital, and also takaful, all of them are experiencing phenomenal growth as a result of the nature of Islamic financial system. I believe the tremendous progress that Islamic financial system have made in recent times will be made very apparent by the presentations that we will listen to in this workshop. And it is quite remarkable that this workshop has assembled a distinguished team of scholars who will speak on the different aspects of the theme of this workshop. So let me at this juncture commend the organizers of this workshop for coming up with this very important seminal event. So I should say, well done to the Department of Banking and Finance. And as for IIIT, your sustained efforts in the ethicalization of knowledge is highly commendable. The IIIT for the last 40-50 years have contributed significantly towards providing suitable alternatives for the international financial system. I therefore urge you all to listen very attentively with absolute presence of mind so as to derive the maximum benefit from this important workshop. So let me request you all to do what is not desired. What is not desired is divorce, isn't it? So I'm calling on you all in the next few hours to divorce yourselves from your handsets so that you will listen very attentively and then learn and benefit maximally from the presentations that will be made by eminent scholars from within and outside the country. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We pray that God Almighty will make this event a very successful one, and that we shall all benefit maximally from the presentations. Thank you all, and God bless.
That was just another lecture there, because indeed there are a lot of takeaways that one will learn even before the full lecture begins. It is my pleasure to inform this gathering that our first speaker, Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, Director, Academic Development Division, IIIT Asia, Malaysia, is already with us live on Zoom at the moment. Dr. Awalu Haruna. Please, a round of applause for our Vice Chancellor.
The Dean of BG School, Dean of ABU Business School, the Director of the Institute of Administration, our wonderful collaborator, IIIT, other members of the faculty, my colleagues, the fellow students, Assalamu alaikum. The Vice Chancellor would have wanted to be here, but for the present activities of the university outside the campus. So he asked me to send his goodwill message to all of us. As the chairman of the occasion has said, for us to maximize the learning points coming out today through tomorrow. He also asked me to thank IIIT for this wonderful support and to let them know also that we will come more for some more collaborations to advance Islamic finance. As Islamic finance is one of the core areas that the business school hope to improve and create more developments to look at such stream of learning. So I wish you well, and I hope we will be different by the end of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tandras, for our Vice Chairman. Thank you very much, sir. And now we'll move to the co-host, the people that have deemed it necessary to put together this very important event. The coordinator, IIIT Central Nigeria Office, Abuja, Dr. Aliyu A. Tanko. Please, a round of applause for him.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. This is how to take the first presentation. Incidentally, the presentation that is coming online, and it seems we are having some technical challenges. Don't know when we will overcome it. The presenter who is going to present is from Malaysia. Our brother Muhammad Hanif, also from the IIIT office in Malaysia. So let me go ahead. I hope before I finish my few minutes introduction, it will be live from Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, inshallah. My name is Dr. Aliyu Tanko. I deliberately refused to give my CV to the MC because I am still second time civil servant. I hope you know what that means. I'm second time civil servant, so I am not a regular person here. In fact, before coming here, I had to request and be granted off, 1 week off, for me to appear before you. But all the same, I will say, my name is that. I am also alumni of this particular university, in particular Department of I'm both from Department of Accounting and Department of Business Administration. Because my first degree was in accounting. I did MBA, the same university, before I went to Usman University for my PhD. And currently, for the second time, I'm working with the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, trying to bring up 2 projects. The Hajj Savings Scheme, maybe some of you are aware of it. Some are hearing it for the first time. This is an opportunity to say that this Hajj Savings Scheme is a project by the National Hajj Commission that seeks to make every Nigerian Muslim a potential pilgrim by depositing gradually. As well as also bringing up Hajj Institute. These are the 2 projects that are keeping me in the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria. Hajj Savings Scheme and establishing, bringing up Hajj Institute under the commission. This is the official, this is the out of official position. As for the IIIT, it is IIIT, you need to know. It's a non-governmental organization. The IIIT means International Institute of Islamic Thought. And part of its activities is what we are going to hear, what we are going to benefit from today, inshallah. The IIIT is a non-governmental organization based in the United States of America. That is where the headquarters is, with branches all over the world. And currently, the Secretary General of this organization is a professor. Medicine right now in Saudi Arabia. As it is coming, IIIT's focus is trying to provide balance in education. So that is why the main focus of the organization is integration of knowledge. Integration of knowledge. That is to say, apart from the conventional knowledge we are having, there is the other side of the knowledge, which is the original. Integrating these two to give you a balanced knowledge is the effort which the IIIT are on. Later, for all those that will register, inshallah, you will be having some of the presentations and information, educative information will be circulated, inshallah, through the emails provided by you as soon as possible, inshallah. So this is IIIT. And in addition, as I can see now, we are online. Not to take too much time, we will go to the the first presentation, but it is necessary to mention that also part of the activities or part of the focus of the IIIT Nigeria is good to know. We have 3 offices. We have one office in Kano, and we have another office in Abuja, and another office in Lagos. These are the 3 offices. The activities, apart from this integration, the activities of the organization include also research. In fact, that is the second focus, research. But research in the same main object of the organization. When we say to balance this education, you can see now we are talking of Islamic finance. Next, probably we will start hearing Islamic economics. In another time, we will hear the issue of Islamic political science. I am sure there are many of you coming from different departments and faculties that can benefit from this. Yes, we are starting with the Department of Finance. I hope this will raise alarm, if I can say alarm, or it will raise alert, not that of going to the pocket, but alert that yes, if it is Islamic finance now, no, we want to see how to balance how to balance our political science, or how to balance our economics. It's happening in other places, and inshallah it's going to happen in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, by the grace of Allah. Last part of this introduction is to say also that the organization IIIT also do sponsor people publications, but publications that are of international standard. It sponsors researches, but researches that are of international standard, and particularly in the area of integration of knowledge. I'm sure before the end of this 2 days program, this issue of integration of knowledge will become very popular, very known to all of you. All other things, I think, I will stop here so that we don't miss the chance of having our brother, Brother Muhammad Hanif, who is going to speak to us on the foundation, which is about curriculum development in this respect. So with this, I want to say I thank the Vice Chancellor as well as all other colleagues on the high table, as well as you that are going to benefit more from this presentation. The IIIT, inshallah, will be welcoming any department that is interested in getting its products integrated so as to have a balanced education for the students. أقول قولي هذا وأستغفر الله ولكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Once again, a round of applause for the sponsors of this particular event. We are about to start the conference proper. Of course, the master of ceremony will do most of the, guidance, will provide most of the guidance. But we that are on this side of the table will retire to the lower side of the table behind you, so that we can also watch the presentation while it is going on. So you will be missing us here, but we'll be seeing you from behind. Thank you very much.
Islamic University, Malaysia. Briefly, this erudite scholar backed his PhD from the School of Development Studies, University of East Anglia. He began his academic career in 1987 at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. Of course, due to his dint of hard work, he has been able to actualize a lot of things and turn around the Department of Economics and other responsibilities he has been saddled with over the years. He has authored many journal articles, books, chapters, conference proceedings, guides, monograms, locally and internationally. He is widely traveled, and he is an active member of many professional bodies. He has held administrative responsibilities, including being the head of the Department of Economics, International Islamic University, Malaysia. In 1996 to 1999, he was the Director Center for Islamic Economics of the International Islamic University, Malaysia, from 2013 to 2018, and was a Fulbright visiting scholar at the Center of Muslim-Christian Understanding, Georgetown Fellowship, USA, and held a Commonwealth Fellowship at the Oxford. Part of his responsibilities were being the president of Academic Staff Association of the International Islamic University in Malaysia. Among numerous other responsibilities he has handled very diligently. Like I said, I will not bore you much with, because the CV is very, very much. Please welcome once again Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif. So it's good to have you join us once again. Perhaps if we give him a round of applause, he will hear us from wherever he is. Please, a round of applause for him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Brother Moderator, Dr. Ali, Tanko, Dr. Tijani, and brothers and sisters at the Ahmadu Bello University Business. It's in the morning over in Nigeria, but over here it's already in the evening. And therefore it's wonderful to be with you, although not physically, but Alhamdulillah, I think this COVID-19 phenomena has forced us to think of innovative ways how we can share our ideas and thoughts, and to also have interaction, which maybe we would not have been able to do if not for this online technology, despite all hiccups and challenges. So firstly, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for putting this program together. I think the theme of the workshop is a very interesting one. How Islamic economics, Islamic finance can actually help in integration of society. And I think it's a very important theme, because for many people, especially those who may not understand Islam and its total system, may see Islam as an obstacle to development. And this has been the case for quite some time. Yes, so I congratulate the organizers for organizing this program, and I hope that this will be a very fruitful session for everybody who is attending. Let me just very quickly, this is what I will be trying to share with you. A few topics after an introduction. I just want to very briefly talk about the IOK. Now, even this word IOK has evolved. Yeah, IOK used to be Islamization of knowledge, but I think for the last maybe 10 years or a little bit more, the word or the phrase is now integration of knowledge, and hopefully I will try to share with you how we try to connect Islamization to integration. So the first thing I talk about is the IOK and its curriculum. What is IOK and why do we talk about it? And then I try to bring in these three dimensions that I talked about: Islamization, and then what we call in IIUM in Malaysia, relevantization, and how these to be integrated. I then will talk, and I will then focus on the main ideas of my presentation, and that is about curriculum and human health, which we have presented by our alumni from IIUM, Dr. Aliyu Dahiru, and then you have a topic on cooperatives, the very open institute.
I think and I put sales on social media.
The host can actually mute, right?
Because they don't
actually mute everybody.
Yes, I 150. I have just okay. What are all cash sales? But I still have for family and friends. I have bash you off.
Let's prof, can you swim then because you are the host?
I am the host.
Yes.
Now
Every.
I do not know how to mute them.
So I find to slot his name, so that it's
Okay, maybe we have. All right, so let me just continue. So I would like to talk about curriculum and human resource, and as I mentioned, when I look at the other topics, we cover the other areas of Islamic finance. So you have the discussion of finance itself, you have cooperatives, my topic is going to be something which, although some may feel it's out of context, but I think it's very important because whatever reforms and changes we want to make in Nigeria to promote Islamic economics, Islamic finance.
It's not really a question, it's just like commenting based on the performance. Thank you very much, Prof. We really appreciate. And looking at the mu'amalat and the deen aspect, I think we have to integrate them 50-50 because the deen aspect will not work as social life without the mu'amalat aspect, and also doing with the mu'amalat aspect without the deen aspect, we can't work with it. So I recommend that based on Prof's lecture today, I recommend that we try as much as we can to make it 50-50 mu'amalat and the deen aspect. Thank you very much.
To many more programs with all of you. Wallahu a'lam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, Professor Aslam Farid, we cannot thank you enough. In fact, the value of your presentation cannot be quantified because the presentation is actually coming at a time when the Nigerian university system is currently, undergoing curriculum review, both across the universities and even within, the Ahmadu Bello University side. So definitely the lessons of your presentation, have come in very handy. Like I said, we cannot thank you enough, and we look forward to, having your presentation, in subsequent fora.
And also, sorry, I just need to convey the salams of colleagues, Professor Fauzan, Professor Dato' Jamil Usman, Brother Shahram, who some of you may know. We had a meeting this morning and they asked to convey salams to everybody.
Thank you very much. I believe we'll be having the soft copies of the presentation.
Inshallah, I will email it right after this.
Okay, please also convey the best wishes and felicitation of everyone here, from the professors to all the students, to all members of your team.
Just a one question. The one who's wearing blue, at the back, is it Ali?
I just live school till what I felt for the last 5 years, 10 years.
Anyway, it's wonderful to see all of you and look forward to future sessions. Yeah? All right.
We use this opportunity also to thank you once again from the Nigerian office of the IIIT. And then, inshallah, we will keep in touch. And I think this may not be the last presentation
with this technology.
Because I can see a lot of interest is being generated. So we'll discuss further and then see where we will go from here, inshallah.
I just want to.
As soon as we get the soft copy of this circulated, and then inshallah some other works will be done using it, inshallah.
Inshallah. I just want to also tell all the students in the hall, I think there are many students, please give your full commitment to developing Islamic economics, banking and finance in Nigeria. I think for a major country, in the African continent, Nigeria is a huge country, you are leading, I think, you know, the ambitions of Muslims there. So we wish you all the best, inshallah, for this task that you have. Assalamu alaikum.
So, Yancy?
Yes, sir. I'm on standby, sir.
Okay. So, thank you very much. I think we are now set for a break.
Yes, sir.
We just continue. Tea break. Okay, so we'll take just 15 minutes for tea break because we are a little bit behind time.
Okay, sir. Ladies and gentlemen.
Break for 15 minutes.
Okay, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go for a tea break. Down there, ground floor. And please, it will just take us 10 to 15 minutes.
The next presenter is available.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue immediately.
All right, sir. All right, please, let's go to the ground floor for the tea break. Please make it as snappy as possible so that we... Let me once again acknowledge the presence of the chairman of this occasion, Professor Muhammad Nasiruddin Meturari, the coordinator, Nigeria Central Office, IIIT, Dr. Aliyu A. Tanko. We also have the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Professor Sani Abdullahi, who I am sure have other tight to-dos but have patiently been here. We also have the Director of Administration, Professor Abdul Karim Suraju, and of course the Secretary, IIIT Nigeria Central Office, Madam Shitu Muhammad Sani. I believe Dr. Awalu Haruna, the Director of CBN Center of Excellence, will join us anytime soon. Let me once again acknowledge our second presenter, Dr. Aliyu Tahir Muhammad from the Department of Economics, Bayero University, Kano, our sister university. The title of his paper is The Role of Waqf as a Social Entrepreneurship Model in Islam, Changing Nigeria's Narrative. Please, a round of applause for all these important dignitaries. I will allow the chairman to invite the presenter to present his paper.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony workshop. The next presentation, as has been mentioned by the MC, is on the role of Waqf as a social entrepreneurship model in Islam, changing Nigeria's narrative. And the presenter is a colleague, Dr. Aliyu Tahir Muhammad, who is of the Department of Economics, Bayero University, Kano. He's also from Malaysia, but in Nigeria. So, Dr. Aliyu Tahir, it's my pleasure to invite you to the podium to present your paper.
With your kind permission, Mr. Chairman, sir, I will read a brief citation of Dr. Aliyu Tahir Muhammad.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And a Deputy Director, Training and Linkages at the International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, Bayero University, Kano. He holds a BSc Economics from Bayero University, Kano in 2003 and 2012 respectively. He is also the Assistant Director of IIIT West Africa Regional Office. His research interests include methodology of Islamic economics, Islamic microfinance, zakat and waqf, and poverty reduction. He received the Faculty of Economics Best Student Award for Doctor of Economics in November 2013. He also received a gold medal at International Islamic University Malaysia Research, Invention and Innovation Exhibition 2013 for his thesis entitled Challenges of Microfinance and the Prospects of Developing and Introducing an Islamic Micro-Investment Model in Nigeria. Dr. Muhammad is recognized among the 30 most influential people on Zakat by the World Zakat Forum in 2020. He presented and published several articles in reputable journals on Islamic economics, finance risk management, entrepreneurial development, and microfinance among others. He also received Certificate of Excellence in Research Award presented by Clute Institute, United States, for publication in Journal of Applied Business Research, 22nd March 2014. He visited many countries, including Turkey, South Africa, Malaysia, Philippines, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Ghana, and Niger, among others. He was a visiting scholar at Islamic Research and Training Center, Islamic Development Bank, Jeddah, between May and June 2016. Currently, Dr. Aliyu is an academic fellow, Islamic Relief Academy, United Kingdom, from 2015 to date. He is a member of International Editorial Advisory Board of Journal of Islamic Economics, Banking and Finance, and Bayero University International Journal of Islamic Banking and Finance, among others. He has supervised several academic and professional masters. He teaches both masters and undergraduate students. He is a member of AAOIF Working Committee on Sustainable Financing, 2021 to 2023. Dr. Aliyu Muhammad is happily married with children, and of course, like you heard, he is an academic scholar of high excellence. Please, a round of applause for this astute scholar. May I invite you once again to the podium with the permission of the chairman for your presentation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil mursalin Sayyidina Maulana Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The Vice Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Management Sciences, if I'm correct, sir, the Head of Department, the IIIT Coordinator, Dr. Ali Tanko, Central Nigeria, my dear colleagues, respected participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. It is indeed a pleasure to stand before you to share with you my thoughts and some experiences on the issue of work-up and entrepreneurship model for socio-economic development in the country. But before I proceed, while they are fixing the technical issue regarding the presentations, let me take the opportunity to thank the organizers for finding me worthy to come and present my thoughts and ideas. I feel highly honored. This is the second time I'm standing on this podium. The first one was in 2018, I think, Dr. Mustafa, when the students of economics organized the 7th conference by the student of economics with IIIT, Islamic Economic Thought Association, and I'm here. I presented my paper, and this is the second time. I'm very pleased. Especially, this is very special one. When I saw my supervisor, Professor Dr. Muhammad Aslam Hanif, it gives me a pleasure to really be again associated with him in this platform. Even though he's online, but we have learned a lot from him, and I'm sure we are more enlightened today than yesterday as far as Islamic economics, as far as curriculum is concerned, I wish to thank and urge you to thank Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif on my behalf. Because when I went to Malaysia in 2006, they were the people that they received me, they welcomed me, they treated me as their son without any discrimination. Not only that, the priority and the attention they have given to us really is something that I have to mention. I always thank them, from somebody with just a bachelor degree in economics from UK before I come back to Malaysia, I got at least 3 major achievements, including the Master of Science in Economics, Islamic Economics and Finance, in brackets, PhD in Economics, the same thing, and postgraduate or postdoctoral research experience, all in the same faculty of economics. And to tell you sincerely, without Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif, I couldn't achieve what I achieved. Alhamdulillah, with the assistance of Allah. I thank him very much, and I want you also to appreciate him very well. I wish I reserve my comments to now, hoping that Prof will join us, but I'm sharing with you, you have learned, you have listened to him, and my brother Malam Abdullah Lamido made a comment about Professor Aslam Hanif, and that is what he is since we know him. We become like a family, a group of 5, if I'm very specific, only 3 professors and 2 PhD candidates. We were working together, doing one thing or the other, our researches and other researches that we developed, and we have successfully completed a number of researches. Hoping that the technical issue will be soon resolved. The topic of my presentation, as we have seen it on the flyer, is basically on Waqf and entrepreneurship model for Islamic social or Islamic social entrepreneurship for changing the narratives in our society, in our country. Let me have you succeeded in, is it possible? Okay. Do you get it on the system? Because the background I really want to share some key points with you. And possibly it could be visible, it will make more impact. Otherwise, I can continue to talk about this area of interest now to the time when I may be asked to stop. But maybe to make it more impactful, it will be good if we could have the presentation shown. When we talk about Waqf, basically it is an Islamic endowment. It is an Islamic endowment which has long history in Islam. Scholars have looked at what are the Sharia bases for Waqf, and then they come up with some verses of the Holy Quran, and there are some hadiths that scholars give reference to. One of the verses that is very clear is that لَن تَنَالُوا الْبِرَّ حَتَّى تُنْفِقُوا مِمَّا تُحِبُّونَ. This is one verse. Another, one of the hadiths also that is very particular about the issue of Waqf is when Umar radiallahu anhu approached the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam and informed him that he has an orchard, has a farm, that he wanted to hear the advice the Prophet could offer as far as that orchard is concerned. Then the Prophet said, you can make it Waqf, keep the source intact, and then the proceeds from the Waqf, from that farm, you can now disburse to beneficiaries that you want to identify. So you can now endorse something. Once you endorse a property, an asset, then that asset is no longer, you might continue to supervise, but you should know that it's no longer part of the asset that will be considered as in your ownership. The ownership is transparent to Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala. So he owns that asset now. But the benefit that will be coming from that asset is what will be given, the user rights, is what will be given to people, let's say orphans, for education of orphans, or let's say for the less privileged members of the society, the poor, the traveler. You can all identify, you can even say, let's say for scholarships, student scholarships. So you can endow a property, an asset, and then say this is for scholarship, for instance. We are just talking about, I'm very pleased with the presentation of my mentor, Prof. Aslam Hanif. Let's say we want to develop Islamic economic, banking, and finance curriculum, and we want to take the discipline further. Then there is need for more researches, there's need for more effort. So somebody could endow an asset or some money, but that money will not be used to the end, but the benefit, if it is money, then you have to invest it. The profit from the investment is what you will be using to finance whatever need you want to finance. That is about work-up in short. There are various types of work-up. Broadly, you can classify them into two. There is what is called philanthropic work-up. That is work-up that you have done to benefit people, beneficiaries. Let's say, like I mentioned, the orphans, the widows, and IDPs, internally displaced persons. You can do work-up that, okay, my investment in this is now a work-up. Or deliberately you make that investment, and then the profit that will come, you'll channel it to where you wanted it to go. So that is an example that on philanthropic work-up. Then the second type of work-up is called religious work-up. This religious work-up is like the mosque. We all know, once you see a mosque, you know somebody has put his money into it. He built it. And you know the benefits of building mosques and what have you. There is a specific hadith which I have to mention where the Prophet ﷺ says that if one of you passes away, then his deeds and reward will be stopped, except in three things. Sadaqah Zaria, that scholars now interpret this as waqaf, something like you build boreholes, what people are getting water from the boreholes, or bridge, for instance. There is a place where they need bridge, you go and spend your money and say this is waqaf. So as long as people continue to use that bridge, your reward will continue to come even after your life. But other than that, you will not have any other sources of reward once somebody passes away, except the children, the good children, waladun salih, that continue to pray for you. And then the last one, of course, is the knowledge that you leave behind. When you write a book, you write an article, or you publish, or you teach people, you know. So let us not take it for granted. Then that means a lot of scholars, lecturers, and many other people are actually doing work. So once you teach people, so that, inshallah, is something that will attract reward even after one's life. That's about two broad categorization of work. Then you got also another categorization. You can classify this work as waqaf al-khair and waqaf al-dhurri. That is waqf for the public, and then waqf for the family. So you can actually do waqf for your own family. You can, you know, your house and your household, your family, relatives, you can actually endow an asset or wealth to say that this is a waqf. You have a shop in a market, you can identify that shop as a waqf. Among other shops you have, you can identify this particular shop is a waqf. Rents that will be coming from this shop will be used to educate, to finance the education of my family members. And these family members, you can define who you want, and then you can write and dedicate it, and then that is exactly what is meant by family waqf. Historically, there is waqf in the, I mentioned the history when it started, when the Umar radiallahu anhu endowed his farm, and then through the history we have the experience of Ottoman Empire with headquarters in Turkey. That Ottoman Empire, it has developed the institution of waqf to the extent that it is pronounced more than any other institution. Both in the public sector and in the private sector, you hear more about waqf in that history. So that becomes like an identifier for the Islamic civilization during the Ottoman Empire. Universities were built, higher institutions, researches were funded, students were given scholarships, hospitals were built, all based on waqf. In fact, a researcher stated that one can live his life based on waqf. Beginning, you know, when he was born, even the material that he is covered is actually sourced from waqf fund. And then he will be paid with the waqf income. When he grows, he will be enrolled into school, a waqf school. Once he's educated, he will be employed by a waqf institution. He will even be paid salary from waqf fund. So this is, when he dies, you know, that's normal life. When he dies, he will be taken on a coupon which is actually a waqf. And then he will be even taken to the graveyard, which is in itself is what? It's waqf. So you can see the whole life is basically a waqf life they have run at that time. In my presentation, I also mentioned the extent to which the documentations, over 45,000 waqf deeds were recorded during the Ottoman Empire. And over 60,000 waqf institutions were also identified and documented during that waqf. From Basra to Cairo to many countries, including some part of Europe, the Spain, there were evidences of waqf at that time. Then come down, after all what happened, you know, the rise of civilization of the Western power, you know, then the waqf sector declined. Then it came back again after the independence of many Muslim countries. Of course, with the resurgence, Professor Aslam gave the good narrations about how it started, 1950s, 1960s. Before that, in our context in Nigeria, there were evidences of the presence of waqf, both religious and philanthropic. I myself, I visited Sokoto. I visited the house of our Sheikh Usman bin Fodio, Alhamdulillah, sometimes about 3 years ago. Thank you. Yeah, the system is here. You have to do, you have it on the desktop. Built by the Sheikh himself. In front of his house, we have visited his family's house. It's now for the history, people are going and visiting it. So we have seen where he gives lessons, and then opposite his house there was a mosque which he was built, which was rebuilt during Bafarawa time. So that was evident. In fact, in the Emirate system, there was an office or office holder of Waqaf, just like we have for Zakat. You have the office of Sa'i. Once you hear the name Sa'i, it refers to somebody who is in charge of Zakat collection and Zakat distribution. The same thing goes with Waqaf, even though evidences show that the Zakat is more advanced compared to Awqaf at that time, but there were evidences of the presence and utilization of Waqaf in schooling and education, in solving social problems of the society. So it's a huge treasure that we can actually explore even within our context to utilize it to solve our economic problem. It has huge prospects, even compared to some of the the Prophet Islam talk about Islamic banking. In addition to it, there are other institutions, Zakat, Waqaf, Qard al-Hasan. They are all host of institutions that you have to understand their ecosystem, how they operate, how they interface, so that you can actually use them to achieve what you want. If you take only Islamic banks, they may help you to finance in a Sharia compliant manner. Your commercial finances will be Sharia compliant, but it's not a charity, and you may not use it fully to develop the society to the level you wanted to see. So there are other complementing institutions. Waqaf is among them, Zakat is among them, Qard al-Hasan, benevolent loan, interest-free loan, which is also in the history of Ottoman Empire, they used to give entrepreneurs interest-free loans from Waqaf fund, particularly cash Waqaf. I didn't mention about cash Waqaf, but it is there. You have movable asset and immovable asset, and even within that you have cash Waqaf and non-cash Waqaf. So you can now give donation, you can give endowment, cash Waqaf, let's say ₦1 million. This is cash. But what do you do with the cash? You cannot take it and start giving it to people free, or you may decide to have a system where you can lend money to people to institutionally, after all the due diligence, like it is done in banks and financial institutions, so that they will be returning the money. So they are borrowing cash money Waqaf to utilize for their own business. Then you can also invest, let's say in shares. We have an experience. Actually, the current scope we are talking about in Nigeria, the second one, we have a family Waqaf, just to share experience, to show you it's not a theory, it's something that has come on the ground. We have invested $500 million bond, and bond is interest-based. You can invest your money in bonds, but bonds is interest-based, so you know it's prohibited. So Sukuk is an alternative to bond, conventional bond. So, and the government now issued third Sukuk so far since 2017. So in the second one, we invested $500 million, and annually it is generating almost 90,000 naira annually. The money is there, and then once it is matured after 7 years, they will return our money. And then we have been getting such about 15% rate of returns annually. It is rental, it is not interest. The arrangement is structured based on Sharia compliance, so there is no issue of compliance or not. So we have been using that money to educate some family members, to help those who need some little assistance. Of course, the money is not that huge, but if we are to do it collectively, you can see the prospect. If we put monies together, it can change the narration we are talking about. So that's about Waqf and its type and its practice in Nigeria. We have this issue of social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship is trying to do business which will help solve. There it is referred as social enterprise. So in my presentation in the slides, I put Islamic social enterprise, which is solving some societal problems such as youth unemployment, for instance, eradication of poverty, IDPs. That is the state of art we are. There are a lot of issues, especially in the northern part of the country. We have been characterized by so many negative things. Street begging, for instance, the poverty, if you take the statistics from National Bureau of Statistics, the top 10 you see is going from 60 to 80% in those states. So what is wrong with us? Yet we have the abundant natural and human resources. We have the people that could help to solve some of these problems, but what is wrong? So there is need for some innovations and bring some foods together, so that it may solve the problems collectively. So what we try to do, understanding that social entrepreneurship and Islamic social entrepreneurship, we now felt we can deploy Waqf to solve some of these problems in our country. And these problems, like I mentioned earlier, Waqf does not discriminate on the criteria, the percentage, and what have you. That's fine. But you can see it can solve the problems of many people in the society. Specifically, since it is come from Islamic institutions, then we are proud of it. Even the West, if we know the trust in the West, they have trust foundation. Go and check the data from UK, from the US, all the leading countries, they have huge foundations. The Harvard universities, for instance, Harvard University, or what I want us to say, the leading universities in the West are based on foundations. They have foundations that are supporting them, paying the salaries of the workers, paying for researchers, doing a lot of things that you couldn't imagine. So why we are, not utilizing what we have? They took Waqf and modified it to suit their environment. There are evidences to show that. Even though they did, very few acknowledgements were made. As if you are reading Islamic history, there were a lot of advances in sciences and technology in Islam, or by Muslim scholars. Some of them were taken by the West and we are not acknowledged. And that is when Prof. Aslam talked about integration, what he is referring to. For my 7 years stay in Malaysia, virtually hardly a week will pass without listening to Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif. We learned a lot from him. So that is what is referring. In our treasures, in our history, in our books, what do we have that is taken by the West, not acknowledged? Or what do they acknowledge? What they utilize so that we can also follow? No problem. Knowledge in the first place is universal. So you can take it, no problem. In fact, for Muslim witnesses, high rate of inflation, the government is much in what is happening, either in the access of the interventions, or even when it is accessed, the proper utilization. So in our study, in what we have found when we were trying to develop some solutions, particularly when I was doing my PhD, it's become the major issue as an extension for the researches I was involved with people like Professor Muhammad Aslam Hanif, Professor Mustafa Umar, Professor Atawul Haq. These are all professors of international reputation. So we we identified some specific challenges. Some of these problems that we identified. Number one, we identified human resource. We identified what? We identified human resource. Is it a surprise after the talk of Prophet Aslam? It's not a surprising thing. So we actually identified that. That's one. We also identified the lack of funds, lack of capital. When you are talking about problems like many scholars and Prof this morning mentioned, issues of poverty cut across many Muslim countries. So what are the issues? So that is issue. Many people either are unemployed or they may have business but they don't have capital to prosper. There is need for takaful or Islamic insurance in case of any problem. We also identify that, okay, sometimes you may have the human resource, you may have the capital, you may have the takaful coverage, but the business model, when you allow individuals to just do what they felt is right for them, there might be some problem, especially at the take-off stage. At the take-off stage, there might be some problem. Now we say, okay, the idea that Professor Muhammad Yunus come up with a project or group financing could actually fit in our model. The major difference is that, I don't want to say the only difference, the major difference is that ours is waqf-based and theirs is interest-based financing, micro-lending. So now you have the sources of fund, you have the human resource, you have the takaful, and then you have the project. What do you need to do as a business? Identify it. You might be group, you might be clustered, so that one will support one another in the development. And if it is loan or money that will be given, your success or my success depend on yours. So that cross insurance is also needed. Then we now say we have seen that possibly if this is achieved, we may see those indicators are coming down. Indicators such as lack of business development, higher level of poverty, inequality, and many other economic parameters that we talk about, we can actually reduce them once we develop. So alhamdulillah, we successfully developed the model, and we have tested the model in various countries, at least 6 countries: Malaysia, Indonesia, Sudan, okay, Pakistan, and Nigeria, one more country, right? So we tested the model in all these countries and we found it is verifiable and it is viable. And then we now started piloting it in Malaysia. We successfully piloted, and as I'm talking to you, the model has been actually adopted by some organizations in Malaysia. Even the government of Malaysia, through its Amana STR microfinance, have adopted part of it and similar models we developed in that process. The presentation will be shared with you, and inshallah, I hope my explanation is clear. Once you read what I put and you remember what I said, you can teach it after that, inshallah. Thank you. So we have successfully developed that and then tested and now implemented. So now what do we do? What do we do next? Now we say, I put in my presentation the role of stakeholders. It is not a one-man job. It is not only for one department or organization or institution or even the government. Nobody could promise to achieve that. But if all stakeholders come together and identify their roles properly, and the instructions or the operational model, which was actually clear now, all right, they follow, then we felt, inshallah, this model will change the narrative in many countries that they adopt it. Therefore, the role of stakeholders is very key, We have organizations, we have government. Government should make laws. In Nigeria, when you talk about Waqf, government should make laws. We have state government. After the introduction of Sharia in 2001, started from Zamfara state, they established Zakat and Endowment Board, or Zakat and Waqf Board Commission. Since then, that commission has been collecting Zakat and Waqf, and they have very good data to show as far as the Zakat and Waqf is concerned. We have Kano State Zakat and Hubusi Commission, which was also made to be a commission during the former governor, Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, in 2003. And also they are collecting Zakat and Hubusi. During his time, the organization reached its high level compared to the current moment. We hope it will improve. And then we have Sokoto State Zakat Endowment and Waqf Commission, SOZECOM, under the chairman of Muhammad Lawal Medoki. So these are roles played by the government. We now have NGOs, where you don't have zakat, state-based zakat, or Waqf, you have NGOs. Like in the southern part of Nigeria, we have Lagos Zakat and Sadaqah Foundation. They are actually collecting zakat and Waqf, and they are doing it. In fact, when you check the way they do it professionally, as if they are bankers. But this time around, bankers for the poor. Is it clear? They are what? Bankers for the poor. So they are doing it, and then we have a lot of experiences. In fact, another stakeholders are Muslim professionals. So the government should make laws. Where there is no law, somebody should pick up. In some institutions or some areas, oh, you still, okay. I thought, no problem. Will let me land, and then I can ask him to just scan through in case I miss one point or the other. So these organizations, where there is no state-based Waqf or Zakat organizations, you can have people to come together, foundations, to establish one. So that is what Lagos and other southern part of Nigeria, Muslim area are actually doing. In Jigawa State, the Zakat and Waqf organization is put under the emirs, all right? Under the emirs. Like in the emir of Duse, he is the chairman of Zakat and they call it the Zakat and Da'wah committee actually. So they have committees in 5 emirates in the state. We have Kazaure, they are doing well. They are collecting Zakat at a point more than some of the states that we have. More than what some leading states in terms of population. Kazaure Emirate, I'm not saying Jigawa State. So they are doing well. The list continue, but I'm just talking about the role of some stakeholders. Muslim professionals, we established Association of Zakat and Waqf operators in Nigeria called ASWAN. Since 2014, after actually we have one seminar at Sokoto, organized by Sokoto State Zakat and Waqf Committee then, under the chairman of Alhaji Muhammad Lawal Medoki, the Saudok in Sokoto. We, in 2014, I was invited to be a lead paper presenter at that time. And coincidentally, I just came back from South Africa, from a Waqf conference where about 23 countries participated, shared their experiences, and we trained them about some details about this institution. So immediately I came back, then I proceeded to Sokoto. So I shared some experiences with them, international experiences, and then there was a consensus, a resolution of that meeting was to form an association which will be an umbrella body for Muslim professionals to reposition Zakat and Waqf in Nigeria. Since then, Alhamdulillah, so many things have been achieved. The movement is gradual, it's slow, but we are moving forward. We have now the chairman, Alhaji Muhammad Lawal Medoki, as the chairman of this committee, myself as the secretary of that other one, and we have regular meeting monthly, And we have representatives from virtually many states that have zakat organization, foundations that are doing work for zakat, and then we are sharing experiences and putting the agenda forward. That's about the role of Muslim professionals. At institutional level, at Bayero University, Kano, at the International Institute of Islamic Banking and Finance, we are working to establish or promote a Qard Hassan model that will help entrepreneurs through several, they have to undergo training, and we felt that Qard Hassan is, by the way, is interest-free loan. So you'll be given interest-free loan. You only need to return the main capital. Man الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه أضعافا كثيرة. The list of there are many verses that engaging in business is an act of what? Jihad. You know, jihad. The misconception about jihad, we need to correct it. Any good things, good deeds is called jihad. You are doing good to pursue education, to help others, you are doing that. So we can now revive it to benefit the society. I want to take you to that model, but along the line we will see if there is anything that I want to emphasize before I end my presentation. Like I mentioned, in the case of Malaysia, one of the tallest building towers is Waqaf. It was Bank Islam Berhad headquarters, which was built on Waqaf. On Waqaf land, they built on operate, transfer the asset at very insignificant amount. They own huge businesses in food processing, in restaurant. They are competing with McDonald's. For those who have tested McDonald's, Dr. Mustafa, I have seen he took a lot of McDonald's, right? so the Waqaf al-Nur, they have such huge business to change the narratives of. In the past, Malaysia has the same, more or less the same socio-demographic variables with Nigeria. In the early 70s, 80s, we are moving in the same direction. We have high level of poverty, they also have, but they employ all these, and you can see, in fact, they took the palm oil seed, right? I hope our elders here will tell us more. The palm oil seeds, they took it from Nigeria and they planted it, and successfully they are now the largest producer of palm oil in the world. It's generating a lot of revenue to them. They are all success stories. In Niger, interestingly, in Niger, I just came back from Niger last month, Niamey, and I saw the largest, the tallest tower in the capital of Niamey. It's Waqaf. I asked who owns it. They said this belongs to the Islamic University of Niger. It has offices rented out, so that generate revenue, so that those revenue will be used to fund researchers, university lecturers, their salaries, and provide, most importantly, scholarships to students. And the Minister of Awqaf, in fact, they have a minister. I went to talk about Waqaf in one of the sessions, only to realize they have a Minister of Awqaf. Then I have to modify my topic a little because they are ahead of us in that sense. A Minister of Waqaf, a lady, Sister Khadija Diallo. So we have seen the university, a huge university, the new campus, based on Waqaf. And the minister told me to inform Nigerian community that 1/3 of the students are from Nigeria. And please let Nigerian high net worth individuals consider the university in doing Waqaf. This is a message to me, right? And to all. So this is the situation, and it's an experience that we are sharing. Just to say that it's next to us, and it's something that is being used. The campus I visited, we held a seminar. It was a female campus, not even the whole campus for the university. It was a female campus because of the hostels and other things needed. But it's a huge thing which you can find online. Even the tower I talked about, they are all available. You can see. In Indonesia, I talked about in Mokau, in Kuwait, Qatar Foundation, they have been fantastically doing well in this area, even beyond their borders. You see them work up, what do you call it? Qatar Foundation, boreholes, mosques, and many other things. So these are some of the experiences. I talk about work up in Nigeria, in Sokoto, Lagos, right? There is no actual estimate. What we are intending to do or to see, what is the potential of work up in Nigeria? What do we can try to estimate, for instance, zakat. If all Muslims pay their zakat duly, how much would it be? We have such estimate, and interestingly, in one research that, again, I was involved by IDB, it showed that if Muslims in Nigeria pay their zakat, it is sufficient to alleviate the poverty of $1.25 per day as at 2015. So these are all facts, and we want to see how far about work, because it's an ecosystem. This one is supporting this one. Islamic finance is there for the people with money. Those without money, they need some support or to grow. They need awqaf, they need qard al-hasan, they need zakat. Those with patients or hospital, patients at hospital, they need some support to take care of their needs. In the establishment of foundations in the country by everybody, Muslims, non-Muslims. The question is that for Muslims, if they could have thought, maybe it's better for them if they do waqf endowment. Number one, because of sustainability purpose. Number two, because of the high reward that will attract for them in the hereafter. Number three, because of the connection between waqf, what waqf could do, and what the society, the social needs at the moment. If you establish foundation, you know, I think we know the trend of foundation, how it is actually being operationalized. So waqf could be a solution, but maybe people are not aware, are not enlightened, and that's why they go. But without even the law, the full law, we want to see more laws coming. You can still have leverage, because the Constitution of Nigeria recognizes waqf in one of the sections. I'm not a lawyer. I wanted to put, but I felt I don't need to go such further. But it is there in Nigeria's Constitution. Maybe our lawyers here.
Section 217.
Thank you, sir. Section what? 217. 272. So you can hear. It's a confirmation. I talk about entrepreneurship a lot. These are characteristics of entrepreneurship. When Prof. Aslam talk about human resource development, we want to see these features manifesting in the person. Don't rely on government too much, like government, this government, this government. No, be on your own first. Be responsible, take charge of yourself first. Then seek the support where needed. And we will talk about the support, or we talked already. But then as an individual, take risks for business, as a social entrepreneur, have the courage, innovate ideas, identify opportunities, and have the fortitude to drive your mission to the logical conclusion. This is one major weakness I have seen in our society. People don't have the patience to even follow the due process. If they go to a bank, Islamic bank, they want to have some financing, they are rushing to get it, just get the money, or even if it's government intervention. So I'm concluding. I talk about all this role of stakeholders. This is the model I want to share with you. You want to see it. This is work-up fund. All right. IA. Okay. So good. Yeah. So you can.
Please endeavor to pick your food out there when you go out. Please.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a model, and I explain it. You have Islamic microfinance at the center. It can be Zakat organization. It can be foundation. Any platform that can take the patience and the pain of following the due process to make sure whoever passes through this model is the right person. And then you train him, you train the person, you give the financing. It may be project or individual. You offer the takaful, and then the result will lead to poverty alleviation, will lead to entrepreneurial development, and many other positive things that we all want to see in our society. So, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, brothers and sisters, I present you this model, which we work with, we develop, and then Alhamdulillah, it has been applied, and it has the potential of taking us to the next level, as they say. We need to look into it critically. If there is need for any adjustment, no harm, we can do it. But most importantly, among the stakeholders I mentioned, academicians, intellectuals have done their part. The rest is to leave it to others. I talk about Muslim professionals, and then there are a lot of good things. Ulama should also talk to the public. Let Muslim individuals pay their waqf or endow waqf, pay their zakat. After fulfilling the zakat requirement, you should also endow. Don't forget, because zakat is the minimum. Then you have to go higher, right? Even in Jannah, we are looking for what? High net Muslim, okay. Mr. Chairman, sir, ladies and gentlemen, my conclusion will be Islamic economic instruments such as waqf, if applied contextually through a viable entrepreneurship model, can change the narratives of Muslims in Nigeria. High net worth Muslims have a vital role to play in providing the waqf fund with the objective of entrepreneurial development of the youth and the other members in the society. Governments at state level should come up with robust regulatory framework to apply for entrepreneurship due to its numerous economic, social, and environmental advantages. Muslim professionals and intellectuals must continue to collaborate and bring formidable solutions to save the future of the Muslims in Nigeria. When I say Muslim, actually to save the Nigerian citizens, Muslims and non-Muslims, it doesn't matter. We have to take care of the future, inshallah. And that's one of the role of Khalif. Khalifatullah fil ard. Don't destroy human, don't destroy animals, don't destroy environment. Protect it and advance it. That is one of the objectives of Sharia, Maqasid al-Sharia. Yes, protection of self, protection of man, protection of nasl, protection of wealth, protection of progeny, and dignity among others. The ulama and Muslim leadership should intensify efforts to educate and guide the ummah in the right direction. Finally, waqf, if harnessed, could be a robust institution for nation building and socio-economic development in the country. With this, I end my presentation. Wa billahi tawfiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Thank you very much. We really don't have much time. The presenter has done an excellent job, of explaining how waqf can be a veritable tool of social transformation and social enterprise. You've also made it very clear that waqf can be deployed, to address our pressing social issues, ranging from endemic poverty, acute unemployment, low education, and so on and so forth. and that if deployed, you also did an excellent job of developing a model or a working model for work-off, that can be used as a transformative process to address the Nigerian situation. This is really, your paper is a clarion call, to embrace this Islamic finance mechanisms, for addressing the issues and the challenges that, bedevil our nation and the region in particular. So having said that, we will just take maybe 1 or 2 questions, because it's already almost 1:30 now. Mr. MC, so you could, let's find out. I think maximum of 3 questions.
Okay, 3. Okay. We have 2 persons on this row already. Any other person? Okay, 3. Okay.
My question here is that there is a system where people used to give people, there is a system where called Barakaka. It is a system where people, for instance, give the money to farmers. If currently the price for the bag of maize is 20,000, so they will give you as 10,000 or 8,000 per bag. Where will be paid back and during cultivation as 10 or 8,000. So I want to know the position of this in Islam.
Okay, there's another person out there.
We thank you profoundly for delivering the stuff excellently. Indeed, you have proven your worth beyond doubt. I will only plead to you to advance your frontiers beyond what you are doing. May Allah reward you in His way. There is a lot you can do to disseminate this. I have seen the much you have done, and I hope you will move it forward. I suggest that some of your presentations be translated into local languages for the consumption of many of our people, so that the knowledge there will be disseminated widely for people to pick. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Isa Shu'aib, and my question goes as follows, sir. What will be the best advice to us in developing a work-up model for our society? Then the second question, how did we change our banking interest loan system to work up? And then lack of enforcement when giving zakat by the wealthy people has been discouraging the system of work-up in our society. So how are we going to change the narratives?
Quickly answer. For the brother Yahya from Education Faculty, the quick answer would be that model where the farmers apply, you give them money in advance, and then they give you the fruit or crops after harvesting, is something similar to the Salam model or Salam product in Islam, Islamic finance, whereby you purchase, let's say, price in advance. This is the beginning of rainy season, so you can deal with a farmer and buy what he is likely to produce with identified quantity, quality, the date of delivery, and all other details. All right, no ambiguity. Then you pay him the price, the current price, and then he will give discount. That is called salam. I understand in our society there is such practices. Possibly it's part of what we need to dig out. It may be originated from that, because there is a hadith which actually legitimize this practice. So only that we need to make sure all the details are in line with the Sharia. That's what I would say about that. The second question is on default, how to mitigate the default on Qard al-Hasan, isn't it? So what I would say is that Qard Hassan, the one that is being practiced in Pakistan, it has 99.9% repayment rate. Do you hear me? It has what? 99.9% repayment rate. So one problem we are having is that there is a mindset of the bankers. They always felt if you give loan to people without this, without that, don't expect repayment. That is a mindset. So we need to have a paradigm shift. What we believe as Muslims, Allah says, give this loan free of charge. Many verses of the Quran call Muslims to help one another and others to give, and then you give, and then your reward ultimately will come from Allah, but then you will also receive your loan. As we know the position of those who default in Islam. A person, the Prophet ﷺ, did not pray for a Muslim who died with his debt on him. They will ask the companion, pray for your brother. So you can see Muslims are conscious about debt. So we should always be ready to make them. The issue of defaulting, it can be mitigated by having a good regulation, governance, very good structure like the one we are promoting at the Institute of Islamic Banking, and also in our model. When we come for all this verification, human resource development, we'll cross-check to make sure we have the right candidate. Nobody says you have to give loan to everybody. No one says that. You have to check, do the due diligence, because you want to get your money back. One of the objectives of Sharia is protection of man, wealth. So you have to protect it. And that is what I will say for now. For details, we can continue to. Another question is on awareness level of Muslim students. I would say everybody, Muslim students and others, let us all be aware. The awareness level at the moment, I would say, is growing. I don't want to say it's low, because all this effort, this is a fantastic, and he talked about with this lack of enforcement is discouraging work-up. I wouldn't say yes or no, I will be neutral here. It depends on the interface and how you relate. How does zakat or lack of enforcing it discourages work-up? If Muslims are aware about the importance of work-up, all right, they should do it. And then they are aware about the obligation on zakat. They must give it. Zakat is not a favor. It is the right of the poor. First and foremost, it is the third pillar of Islam. So you have to do it. Just like you pray, you have to give zakat. It comes in the middle. And scholars say this is representing the economy of the ummah. You give that small part in the middle, so Allah will bless your property, your asset, your wealth. And that is why the verse says, وَصَلِّ عَلَيْهِمْ. When you collect zakat, Allah is tax collector, where many a times you end up with arguments. How much you pay, how much they calculated, right? Zakat, when you give, you are happily given out. And then when the person receives, the authority should pray for you so that Allah will bless your wealth, and Allah knows best why He put it. If we apply it, we will see the result. If we fail to apply it, we will see the consequences. No time to go further, but we have been documenting evidences where you see like there is fire outbreak in a market, and then you see just 1 or 2 shops, only 2 or 3 not being burnt by the fire. And then you imagine what happened, how come this is the whole area being burnt? But why? Allah protected their wealth. He protected their money. So we have to agree, this matter of belief for Muslims. For others, we explain about we can go to whatever length in explaining the economic advantages of giving zakat in making the society to prosper. All right? But then for Muslims, we need to know that Allah knows best why He puts this, why He makes it obligatory, and why He asks you to do it in certain way. He didn't even leave zakat to people to say, this is eligible recipient. No, he identified an age as now that they are eligible. Anybody outside those age is not eligible to receive zakat. For details, you can refer to Surah At-Tawbah, verse 9, chapter 9, verse 106. So 109. So thank you very much. I think I have addressed some of this.
Thank you. Very beautiful day, and with a lot of value, addition. We do not have time, otherwise we'll have loved to continue. I was just wondering, is there something that connects a Dr. Aliyu with Wakaf? Yeah, because Dr. Aliyu Talko here is also another authority on Wakaf, as I know very well. And I'm sure if there was time, you would definitely have shared, some, words of wisdom with us, on the issue of Wakaf. Although I don't know whether he still wants to do that, or because really time is not on our side. Well, like I said, we've come to the end of today's session, and I just want to plead with us that tomorrow, I'm sure there will be an announcement. The MC will do all of that. But I just want to reiterate the fact that you have all witnessed how valuable today is, what benefits we've all had. And so we want to have the maximum of that tomorrow. So please ensure that you are here in time. Tomorrow's session will begin at 9:30. So if possible, let's all be seated at 9 so that if there are any technical issues, we'll sort them out before the commencement of the program. Once again, I think on behalf of the organizers, let me say thank you very much for your rapt attention. You have indeed, behaved, in an excellent, commendable manner. I did plead at the beginning that let's listen with rapt attention, and alhamdulillah, one can say that we have actually listened with rapt attention, and I believe we have gained tremendously from the presentations of today. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward our presenters abundantly, and for all of those who have endeavored to attend this session and be part of this, making it a success. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also reward all of you. As I said, the MC will take over from now, and if there are announcements, please go ahead and make them so that we can close for today, and then go and pray and have some other things that have covered lunch. I think it's going to be take away. So go ahead, please.
Enriching. For me, particularly from the realm of mass communication, I was very concerned that how do we connect media, in all of these? What role can the media play, to advance the potentials of Wakaf, as the presenter have emphasized. Well, most importantly, we are glad you're here today, and we hope that you will also make a date with us tomorrow. Just like the chairman said, the program will be starting by 9:30, but we hope that you'll be seated by 9. It's still going to be another round of interesting presentations tomorrow. I want to believe many of you have the program of event. That means that you would have known already the title of the papers that will be presented by tomorrow. So on behalf of the organizers of this event, the Department of Banking and Finance, and of course the International Institute of Islamic Thought, IIIT, Central Nigeria Office, Abuja, we say thank you for coming, and do join us again tomorrow for another round of interesting presentations. Thank you very much. And don't forget, when you go down there, you get your own package as well. Thank you. Of Administration, Ahmadu University, Zaria. Please, a round of applause for ourselves. Let me also acknowledge the head, Department of Marketing, Professor Awal Yahya. Please, a round of applause for him. I missed slightly the protocol because our amiable Vice Chancellor is heavily represented by the Director, CBN Center of Excellence, Dr. Awal Haruna. Please, a round of applause for him. In spite of his position here as the chief host, he has been running up and down trying to make sure that this program becomes a success. Please, another round of applause for him. And other important dignitaries here present, and of course the students who have actually made the place very lively. We welcome you to this important program. Just as always, today is going to be another round of interesting presentations, very enriching. We hopefully will take 2 presentations today, God willing. The first presenter will do his presentation via Zoom, just like we had yesterday. That is Dr. Abdullahi Salihu Ishola from the Department of Islamic Law, Faculty of Law, Kwara State University, Nigeria. The title of his presentation today will be Imperative Reforms in the Law and Practices of Islamic Cooperatives in Nigeria. And I understand that our presenter is ready, but I will at this moment hand over to the chairman for further deliberations.
Rahim, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. The Vice Chancellor Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, Professor Kabir Bala, here represented by Dr. Awal Haruna, the heads of Department of Marketing, Banking and Finance, colleagues from sister faculties, other members of staff here present, our dear students. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. You are welcome to the second day of this very important workshop. You were all with us yesterday, and yesterday was really, really highly beneficial for us. And we look forward to another beneficial sessions this morning. As it is, we're a little bit behind schedule, and so we'll simply proceed with the presentations, beginning with the one on imperatives of reforms in law and practice of Islamic cooperatives in Nigeria. Yesterday, we had presentations on Islamic finance generally from Malaysia. We also listened to a very brilliant presentation on Wahab. Today, we are also going to listen to another presentation on another dimension of Islamic finance, which is Islamic cooperatives, which I'm sure quite a number of us are hearing this for the first time. The realm of Islamic finance is really very expansive, and the more and more options and products become available, then the more and more our laws, will have to be, reformed, to take, cognizance of the new imperatives, that are coming up. And we are glad that we have an able scholar in the person of Dr. Abdullahi Salihu Ishola from the Department of Islamic Law, Faculty of Law, Kwara State University, Malete, to lead in this discussion. Just a slight correction. The MC promoted me when he was, mentioning some of the offices that, I was, by the special grace of God, privileged to have served in. He said, Director Academic Planning. No, I wasn't a director. I was an assistant director in the Department of in the Directorate of Academic Planning and Monitoring a decade or so ago. So that's just a slight correction. So once again, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. And as I did yesterday, I also urge you to listen with rapt attention so that we can benefit maximally, from this very, very important and seminar presentations by eminent scholars, this morning. So on this note, I will invite the MC to carry on with the next activity, which I suppose might be the citation of the next presentation, the next presenter, after which the presenter will proceed with his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Please, a round of applause for him. In my earlier introduction, I have forgotten to, I was carried away not to acknowledge the head, Department of Banking and Finance, who of course made it possible for us to be here today. It's no other than Dr. Ismail Tijani Idris. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have his right-hand man, who has been also going up and down every day, Dr. Mustafa Abubakar. Please, a round of applause for him. Just like the chairman permitted, I will at this juncture acknowledge let me also acknowledge Professor Aliyu Muhammad Musa, Dean, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences, who is here represented by Malam Abdurrahman Adamu, FEO. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir, for coming. As you know, our first speaker is already with us live via Zoom this morning, Dr. Abdullahi Salihu Ishola. Doctor, sir, are you with us? It appears there's a technical glitch.
Islamic. But not every Islamic cooperative is Sharia compliant. And this is a very serious issue that we must be concerned about. How we would have Islamic cooperatives that are not Sharia compliant? Then what's the essence of their being Islamic? So every Islamic cooperative must checkmate themselves to ensure that they are not just Islamic by name in their outlook, why they don't observe Sharia compliance. Then the second issue in the practice of our Islamic cooperative is the issue of shareholding structuring. We have a case where some Islamic cooperatives are not even making, the way they structure their shareholding for members is not in tandem with the Islamic standard of cooperative system. We have a situation where some cooperatives make it voluntary, that you have the choice either to hold their shares in the cooperative, while we have some that make it mandatory. But the issue, the correct position is that every cooperative must have a kind of a mandatory policy of shareholding. Because as we are going to see under the membership structuring, if any member does not hold a share in any cooperative, then it's not a member of that cooperative, even under the cooperative law. Because we will identify that our cooperative are a valid member, a legal member, when it doesn't hold a share. So we have a practice with some cooperatives to make shareholding. How many shares are you holding? I don't know how that is going to be be in line with the law. That somebody will say is holding a share with a cooperative, but he has not paid for that share. So how does that want to operate? Because as we are going to see, the capital of the cooperative will come from the shares subscription of members. Now, if somebody is just holding shares by a name, a kind of a nominal holding, without paying up for the share, then how does it become a member? So there is a serious issue in this arrangement, which our cooperative must look into if we want our cooperative to have the desired impact on our society. Then there's also the issue of charges. And most of the cooperatives, Islamic cooperatives, they have what they call monthly admin charges. The issue is you don't charge people when you have not rendered any service. Now, if you say every member should be paying a kind of monthly charges, and somebody does not even access the service of the cooperative within that month, and it's being paid for. The kind of credit that we want charging the monthly charges. So this is also a practice that must be looked into. So rather than saying members are paying monthly charges, the cooperative can have a policy by which the members who agree, whether presumably or expressly, that they will be given certain donation to the cooperative every month, and that will make it Sharia compliant, rather than saying they are paying administrative activities for services that they will not even access on monthly. So we can replace our admin charges with a monthly donation, a kind of an issue in the practice of our loan services. Now, the loan services that Islamic cooperative does not seem to understand what loan service entails for the non-Islamic cooperative. It is their own primary enterprise. That is what they are trading in, where their own income generation comes from. Now, the question would not be that if our Islamic cooperative are saying, oh, that is a charge on members cannot be spent as part of the income of the cooperative. But we have a situation where Islamic cooperative will also consider that as they are earning. No. So when you charge members penalty of giving way for that penalty to not be considering involvement of cooperative in financial intervention. Recently, we are aware that some non-interest financial intervention were even introduced. But the Islamic cooperative were not involved. So the question is that, should this be a bar to CBN involving Islamic cooperative in their financial scheme? The answer is no, because there will be a kind of arrangement by which the CBN can involve Islamic cooperative. And as a matter of fact, as we are going to see under the cooperative reform, the Islamic cooperative like the CBN. Then, when we look at section 38, there is provision for freedom of religion and freedom of association. And that's why we have said that the Nigerian Constitution provides a kind of enabling environment for the operation, a kind of Islamic cooperative system, because it is part of the means of expressing that. In the area of cooperative societies, law at the state level and FCT, we have some issues. The Cooperative Societies Act is a federal law, but it is surprising that some states are subjecting themselves to that act. So much that the states believe that perhaps the act is binding on them. Well, we have seen the certificates issued by some state cooperative regulatory body, directory, where they will indicate that pursuant to section B of the Federal Cooperative Societies Act and the state cooperative. No, the state is not subject to the Federal Act. As a matter of fact, the Federal Cooperative Societies Act legally is only applicable to the FCT. It is not applicable. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Alhamdulillah, I'm sure you will join me in our Islamic cooperatives.
I hope the organizer is there.
Well, the organizers are here. Oh, you can't see, you can't see them?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Unmute the mic.
Hello. Yeah. No, nothing. Hello, can you hear us?
It's now that the mic is unmuted.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, mashallah. So alhamdulillah, I'm just saying that you have actually done excellently well, and you've actually treated us to a very, very comprehensive presentation on the system, structure, and operations of Islamic cooperatives. And I will not be wrong if I say Professor Abdullahi S. Ishola of Islamic cooperatives. So please join me in appreciating, let's appreciate Professor Ishola. The presentation is really outstanding. You know, you've actually given us a model, which in a way will be like, what you have presented is actually more like a mini microfinance bank. If we run Islamic cooperatives in the way as, you know, a structure that you have presented, I think it has the potential to address probably all the major challenges that we have, you know, at the grassroots level. I mean, if every community will have, you know, Islamic cooperative in the manner you have suggested, I believe, you know, our society will be, you know, seriously transformed. And Bismillah ta'ala, you have, you know, given a number of recommendations, you know, that if implemented will definitely serve the Ummah and the entire country very well. So the presentation, although like I said, you know, we couldn't, you know, access quite, you know, a major part of it, but all the same, there might be questions and comments with respect to your presentation. You have explained all these, you know, issues in Islamic cooperatives, you know, from the Sharia compliance, you know, to the issues of the shareholder structure, to loan services, you know, where you did stress the fact that focus should be more on enterprising rather than loans, and then the relevant legal instruments that are applicable at both state and you know, federal level. You know, you have, you know, treated them all. So at this stage, let me ask the members, the participants, you know, if you have questions and comments, and let's, you know, make it as brief as possible, because I think we are way behind time. So once again, thank you very much, Professor Ishola. It's now time for questions and comments.
Chairman, how many persons do you permit?
Can we say between 3 and 5?
We already have 6, sir.
6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's all right. But please make it as brief as possible.
That's about
All
7. Okay, brief as possible. We'll start with Prof here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. My name is Bello from the Department of Islamic Law, Ahmadu, Bello University, Zaria. I have been here since yesterday and I really enjoyed these lectures. We have interest in the theme of the bookshop and we are indeed very grateful. We are learning a lot. My brother, Dr. Abdullahi, I would like you to maybe shed a little light on the issue of the court vested with jurisdiction in the event of dispute or disagreement among the cooperative members or in the operation of the cooperative society. Within our legal system, we know that we have the common law court and the Sharia court, and of course the possibility of this type of cases to be taken to the common law based court, that is to say high court or federal high court. In the event of such dispute being taken to such court, maybe not Sharia court, which law do you think may be the best applicable law in this circumstance? Could it be the hybrid, that is the combination of both statutory and Islamic law in the settlement of this dispute? These are just my few questions. Thank you.
Quickly, we'll check this row first.
We have really appreciate this your wonderful presentation. I am Ahmadu Aliyu, MSc student from Department of Banking and Finance. Doctor, my question here is, you made mention that Islamic cooperative do advance loan, and the loan they do advance, they make some charges which serve as a return. So how is that different from the conventional loan? And then my second question is, Islamic cooperative, they do make investment and they also make partnership with other businesses and companies. So if, let's say, they invest in a conventional business or company, so how is that different from the conventional cooperative? And then if, let's say, they make partnership with let's say, a private company which is offering, let's say, health insurance. So if, let's say, they partner with such hospital, so how is that operation different from conventional base? And then my last question is, in your presentation, you mentioned that shareholding is not refundable, but it's transferable. So what if a member dies?
It's possible.
My name is Ahmadu from the Department of Business Administration, Zaria University. My question here is somehow similar to this, but the only addition is there any difference between interest charges from conventional banks and profit from Murabaha, where there is a contractual agreement between rebel man and Amin? And if there is, because the reason why I'm asking this question here is that there is a modern argument against interest, where they're trying to make a dichotomy between interest and interest charges from commercial banks, from conventional banks, and profit. Do you get the question, sir?
Pass it to the next person, please.
My name is Mustafa Ibrahim, ex-representative of Postgraduate Student Representative Council. So my question, sir, is, you said in fund structuring review, share capital, business fund, share capital, non-refundable but transferable. So in Islamic system and in Islamic business system, there is what we call istiqara. If you buy something, so you can come back and complain whether to have istiqara. And in Islamic system, we have what we call musharaka. You can withdraw from the musharaka. So sir, I need more clarification on this. non-refundable and transferable. So, and I have one suggestion, sir. If the business school and psychology department can liaise in order to organize more workshops to our Islamic scholars so that the idea of Islamic banking system should be disseminated to the Islamic society, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Shola, thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I think this is a niche area that attracts rare attention from those who should move it forward. My question is very simple. I want to be educated about perpetuity or otherwise of cooperatives. What's the position of the law?
Chairman, that's the last question.
Presentation well done, sir. It was a very nice presentation. My question is on the slide 3A, I guess. Though we were having technical issues, but I saw that on the slide it's saying loan type, and under the loan type we have loan, then we have musharaka. So I would be glad if that statement would be clear, because I didn't see any relationship between loan and musharaka. Thank you.
So there is what they call a kind of cooperative tribunal, which is usually located within the regulatory ministry, where you first, they call it kind of arbitration. You go to cooperative arbitration. So you subject your dispute to that body, which is under the, is organized by the ministry. So that is why we said if they have a new regulation that is meant for Islamic cooperative, so we have to look at the areas where those who will be residing on the Islamic cooperative dispute will be those who are knowledgeable in the area. Because for now, when we look at the law, there is no provision that certain people should have some kind of Islamic cooperative expertise among the members that will reside on the cooperative dispute arbitration. So having a new regulation that cater for Islamic law, Islamic cooperative, we address this issue. And let me quickly relate that with the question asking about, if I got it right, that what is the general position of the law on cooperative in Nigeria? Like I've said, the general position is that primarily cooperative matter is within the state legislative power. Because when we look at item 32 of the 1999 Constitution, that's the part 1, second schedule, which talks about the companies, it excludes cooperative within the power of the National Assembly. And for that reason, we did not equally find it in the concurrent. So it means that it is exclusively within the power of the state government to regulate the cooperative affairs. But when it comes to FCT, we know it's also the National Assembly that is legislative for them. Now, the issue with the Cooperative Societies Act is that even among lawyers, they still misconceive it as if it is the primary law, a kind of general law that is applicable to the state. We will recall that that law is any conflict to pick with the Constitution. So we realize that even the provision of that act is saying that it is applicable throughout the federation, whereas the cooperative matter is now vested in the state. So there's no way the National Assembly can make a law on cooperative matters and make it applicable to generally to the state. But it's even more worrisome that the state cooperative regulatory body, who are the real legal champions, regulators of the cooperative, they are still subjecting themselves to this act. So much that they will require that in their certificate, some even state that according to the Cooperative Societies Act and all this and the state cooperative law, we now hereby register this cooperative. So it is a kind of a misnomer, little misnomer for that to be done. So that is the position of the cooperative. So that is why the state will have a lot to do in transforming our cooperative. So they should not just see it as a platform for anybody that so desire to come together and be a kind of for doing a cooperative. We need a reform of the cooperative so that it will be in form of enterprise that people will be very serious with. There is a question on the partnership with other companies conventional. I didn't get that right, but from what I can see, if an Islamic cooperative wants to partner with any sister cooperative or even an investing in a company, they must ensure that the company operates services that are Sharia compliant. You cannot invest the cooperative fund in any outlet that is un-Islamic. And that is why we notice that even some cooperatives, when they will invest in outlets that are not Islamic, and they still consider themselves to be Islamic cooperatives. And that one will raise the issue of Sharia compliance. Then the question on the non-refundability of shares as well as the death of the members. I understand what the brother saying that you have the right if you don't satisfy and you can withdraw. Yes, you have the withdrawal. We should understand that that consent, once we have this as our consent, so whoever wants to subscribe to the cooperative will have had that understanding that they are subscribing to the extent that if you subscribe to the cooperative, then your shares cannot be refunded. We are not saying you cannot get your money, but to look for another members that will decrease the value. Meaning, if we operate our cooperative properly, we may even get to a point when the shares of the cooperative may also become tradable on the floor of Islamic and make our cooperative to be totally overrun. Now, if a member dies, of course the provision would be, you see under the Makosi area, we have said that part of the role of the cooperative is to cater for the religion. I wanted to mention this, that part of the area, religious matters of the members, which the cooperative will cater for, is to ensure that the shares of that member is transferred to the heirs in accordance with the Islamic rules of inheritance. So the heirs will be able to inherit the shares, just like they do in other countries, and they'll be able to continue as members, and if they like, they will sell off the shares to other interested members. Then the question on the issue of the difference between the interest being charged by the bank and the Murabaha markup. Incidentally, I have written a paper expressly on this matter where we compare the differences that many people claim that Murabaha is more or less like interest being charged by the banks. So the title of that paper is even, you can search it online. It's Murabaha and the interest, bank interest. Is it two sides of a coin or a coin of the same side? So we try to compare, and we brought it out clearly that one, in interest, there is no item of trading. What they are doing is just trading in money. While in Murabaha, we trade with money because there will be items of trading that you want to buy something and it is being bought. The only thing is just that you are agreed ahead on the kind of profit. It gives room for you to negotiate your profit. So that is what the Murabaha does. Then secondly, we look at the interest. We will see that even in the Quran, right from the time of the Prophet, the non-believers themselves have also even compared not even Murabaha alone, a kind of general trading to interest charging. They said, in the valuation of riba. So what was the reply of Allah? Allah said, Inna wa halallahu al-bay'a wa harrama riba. So if I will summarize it, I will just say that even the difference between interest being charged by the bank is that the interest is haram, while the profit markup being charged on muraba is a halal. And that is the Quranic response. So, and you cannot equate halal with haram. So that is very clear. So it looks like very close. For me, I believe that the murabaha is still part of the list because our people are already embedded in interest practices. So you have to take them out of it with some kind of in a gradual manner. And the best means by which you can do that is through the murabaha. Because they will always know it's more or less like one we go to bank, this one is just saying so doing robbers, that one is saying okay, they are the same. And it will take us, they give us the opportunity to take them out of the river. Mind you, Muraba is not the only product that Islamic cooperative like other Islamic financial institutions can make use of. So they make use of other financing products. So by the time we want to do any particular so we will look at the most fitting structure for that. So I think I've been able to respond to all the questions, except for the one that's saying under the loan type. So we are not relating Musharaka to the loan type. So I just try to drill a table that under the types, we have the loans type cooperative, we have non-loans, we have the investment, and we have the financing. Now, and if somebody asks that if the cooperative does not give loan, what will now be the alternative? The alternative is financing. Because the question is that we are structuring our life, premising it on loan, services. Whereas we all understand even the implication of going into debt in Islamic law. So we need to review our services and let the mentality of the members change that cooperative is not primarily meant for loan services. It is an enterprise. If you need something, one of the dangers of a loan is that when you give loan, you give cash to members. Even if the member says he wants to use the loan to buy car, you don't have control over it. But if he actually needs car, you finance it for him. You buy the car, and when he is paying back on installment, you will also see the value for the payment he's making. And it will not be a kind of a transfer of aggression at home. Because after collecting loan, everybody will be doing a kind of a transfer of aggression to the members. So this is one of the things we want to correct in our cooperative practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishola. I think we, as it is, we are already at the time when we should be closing this ceremony. So I will plead that for today, let's keep the tea break and then go straight to the next presentation. After which we can have a combined tea break and lunch together. If the participants do not mind, I think we should go ahead and have it that way. Otherwise, we'll have serious challenge with prayer time and so many other things. Unfortunately for us, the next presenter, Professor Ahmadu, is right with us, and I'm sure he's set, to make his presentation. So if it is agreed that we should continue, please let's remain for the next paper. If we are just a little tired, we can just rise up from our seats while he's giving.
Thank you for patiently listening to the first presentation. Just like the chairman said, we have in our midst already the second presenter, Professor Ahmadu Bello. As always, let me tell you briefly about our second presenter. Professor Ahmadu Bello is a professor in the Department of Accounting, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. He is an alumnus of Al-Azhar University, Cairo, that's Egypt, from where he obtained a certificate in Islamic religious sciences, Da'wah, Islamic propagation, and Islamic economics. He was a former head of the Department of Accounting and also a former Deputy Dean of ABU Business School. He is a founding member of League of Scholars, Imam and Preachers in Sahel with headquarters in Algiers. He is also a member of Jaiz Bank's Advisory Committee of Experts and IIIT Central Nigeria Finance Director. Professor Ahmadu has traveled throughout Nigeria and some neighboring countries to present papers, give sensitization lectures, and conduct workshops on various topical issues that include different aspects of Islamic banking and finance, Islamic epistemology and integration of knowledge, institutions of zakah and waqf, Islamic perspective of economic empowerment, investment and property eradication. And he has also participated in training of members of various religious and social groups in Nigeria and beyond. I present to you Professor Ahmadu. Please a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashraf al-anbiya'i wal mursaleen. Sayyidina wa nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd, Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished and respected participants, I greet us with the best Islamic economics, the emergence of a new paradigm in Nigerian public finance. And the paper is structured in three parts. One, overview of the scope of Islamic economics and finance. There is an omission there. Two, or B, components and composition of Islamic finance. And part C, emergence of a new paradigm in public finance. I would start with an overview of the scope of Islamic economics and finance. Islamic economics, just like any other concept in management and social sciences, has no one definition that has been acknowledged as the best or the only definition that will be accepted. But for the purpose of my presentation, I like to describe Islamic economics based on my reading of the literature as the knowledge and application of injunctions and rules of the Islamic jurisprudence in dealing with the acquisition and allocation of scarce resources for individual and collective achievements of spiritual, moral, and material well-being. From this definition, some key words are very important to be highlighted. It is important to highlight these key words. One is knowledge and application. Meaning Islamic economics is not just about theory. It is also not just about practice without the foundation. So one needs the foundation as well as the zeal to apply what he or she has read from the literature in day-to-day life. Two, it is about the injunctions and rules of the Islamic jurisprudence. This means that as far as Islamic economics is concerned, the foundation is the rules and injunctions of Islamic jurisprudence, also called fiqh or Islamic law. Three, the scope of Islamic economics is beyond allocation of resources or allocation of scarce resources, but also acquisition of the resources. Four, it is not just about the individual, but also the community. So in as much as the individual is important, the community is also very important. So much so that from the Sharia point of view, it is not permissible to neglect the need of the community just because you want to satisfy the need of an individual. The fifth important keyword in the definition is that the objective of Islamic economics is not about material well-being alone, but also spiritual and moral. So it is about spiritual, moral, and material well-being. Islamic economics has its own philosophy, and the philosophy rests on four fundamentals. Number one, Tawheed, which means oneness of Almighty God, believing that Almighty God is one and He is alone. And because He is the Creator that created all creatures, He deserves to be worshipped, to be obeyed, and also His commands to be adhered to. Number two, Risala, that is prophethood, through which divine guidance was revealed. Because Almighty God revealed divine guidance through His chosen servants, known as prophets and messengers. The mission is called prophethood or messengerhood. Divine guidance was revealed to mankind through this process. This means that mankind will not be able to know Almighty God and understand His do's and don'ts without reference to the divine guidance that was revealed to the prophets. So anything about Islamic economics or Islamic activities or financial activities should be guided by that divine revelation which was given to the prophets. Number three, Akhirah, that is the hereafter. The importance of this fundamental as far as Islamic economics philosophy is concerned is the issue of accountability. That whatever you do in this world, you shall be held accountable for it in the day of judgment. and forgetting the outcome of all deeds in an eternal life. So it is not about this life, this world, but also the life after here. This will always remind mankind of the need to be conscious of what he or she does, and also to consistently, to continually remember death, resurrection, and accountability. Number 4, economic and non-economic well-being. That Islamic economics is not just about spirituality, but also economic well-being in this world. Because as the Quran beautifully stated, that one is expected, or it is recommended that one should strive hard and pursue the goods of this world, and use same to prepare for the morrow, that is the hereafter. وَابْتَغِ فِيمَا آتَاكَ اللَّهُ دَارَ الْآخِرَةِ وَلَا تَنْسَ نَصِيبَكَ مِنَ الدُّنْيَا. Now, going back to these 4 fundamentals, the last fundamental, that is economic and non-economic well-being, provides a framework for economic achievements. That sky is your limit. The first and the third fundamentals require all economic activities to be in conformity with the Islamic norms and values. This means that the first being Tawheed, and the third being the concept of Akhirah, that is the hereafter, require that all economic activities must be in conformity with the Islamic norms and values. And these norms and values have been revealed through the second fundamental, that is Risala. So when you look at these 4 fundamentals, one will see that they are intertwined. You cannot treat one and leave the others. You have to take them in pari passu in order for you to have a gamut, a complete picture of Islamic economics. Following from this, the philosophy of Islamic economics covers or has some essentials, about 5 of them. Number 1, that Allah determines right and wrong. Being the creator, the owner of this universe, and the owner of whatever you have or you own in this world, call it wealth, whether physical wealth or non-physical wealth, everything belongs to Almighty God. He is the owner. So man is given a share of that ownership in trust. وَآتُوهُ مِمَّا لِلَّهِ الَّذِي آتَاكُمْ. So it is Allah that has the wealth, not I, not you. We are only having what we have in trust. So Allah, being the owner, is the one who should determine what is right and what is wrong as far as economic activities are concerned. Number 2, that there is the principle of use of bounties. That this world, the whole world, the entire earth has been subjugated for the use of man. So there is no any restriction. Go to anywhere. If you are not comfortable here, or you cannot make it in Zaria, you can travel to as far as Lagos. You can also leave Nigeria to travel to anywhere in search of means of livelihood. There is this principle of use of bounties. Allah has subjugated the entire earth for mankind to use, to exploit, and to make use of whatever good is in it. 3, there is economic freedom. This particular element, or socialism, that will restrict people from going into XYZ economic activities. simply because the government is not interested. No. In Islam, it is permissible halal economic activity. The only limitation or the only restriction is that you must not, you shouldn't be extravagant, you should also not be too stingy. وَالَّذِينَ إِذَا أَنفَقُوا لَمْ يُسْرِفُوا وَلَمْ يَقْتُرُوا. They do not extravagance, they don't spend lavishly, they are also not stingy. وَكَانَ بَيْنَ ذَلِكَ قَوَامًا. They exercise moderation, balance in their spendings. In this principle or essential, we can also understand the importance of differentiating between the concept or philosophy of Islamic economics and the principle of capitalism. Because in capitalism, there is no moderation. Do it as much as you can. In communism or in communism, they will tell you, no, you cannot go into this or that. Or socialism, you can't go into this or that. So, but Islamic economics is striking a balance, has struck a balance. That while you are free to go into any economic activity, you should remember to exercise moderation. 5, principle of justice. That no matter what you want to do, you must not do that at the expense of others. That where your own right stops, that is where the right of others begin. So it is important that you exercise justice. I mean, you be just in what you do, in your dealings, in the process of acquiring and the process of allocating scarce resources. In the course of pursuing economic activities, finance is needed by individuals and institutions, be it private or public, as it helps in the production of additional wealth. If financing activity is carried out in light of principles and rules of Islamic law, it is known as Islamic finance. Islamic finance, therefore, refers to the provision of financial services in accordance with the Sharia. This means that the difference between conventional finance and Islamic finance is simply the issue of Sharia compliance. That this one is Sharia compliant while the other one is not. And by Sharia compliance, we mean a whole lot of things that are embedded in that concept. Issue of riba, that you should keep away from it. Issue of gambling. Issue of high level of uncertainty. Issue of speculation. Problem of, unsoundness of what you do, and so on. Islamic finance has many principles, but the major ones are 4. Number 1, prohibition of interest, which is also called riba. 2, ban on speculation, which in Arabic is called maisir. 3, avoidance of uncertainty, which in the fiqh language, called garar. And 4, sanctity of contracts, and that is halal. It is important to emphasize that one of the misconceptions about Islamic finance is the way people talk about it in terms of thinking that the only thing or difference between Islamic finance and conventional finance is the issue of interest. Certainly, it is much more than that. A certain transaction may keep to the issue of non-charging of interest, but yet it is not Sharia compliance. For example, someone may be giving, or may be giving interest-free loan to do business. But the kind of business that man is going to do is not permissible in Islam or in Sharia. That means that financing, if the financer is fully aware of the objective of that borrowing or of that loan, interest-free loan, benevolent loan in the name of either Qard al-Hasan or even gift, he knows that that person is going to use it to do something that is not permissible in Sharia. It is not actually Islamic finance, meaning the financing is not in line with Sharia. In addition to these 4 principles, all institutions that are into provision of financial services in compliance with Sharia must also keep to Sharia governance. And that's why Sharia governance is actually deliberately typed in the center of the diagram. This slide is a little bit tiny. The slide is not moving. It's not moving. Maybe we can check this. Anyway, let me make progress. Let me continue. Okay, this slide is a little bit tiny, but what it contains is simply the basic information concerning riba, maisir, garar, and the principle of halal only in Islamic finance. Under riba, I try to define riba in a very simple manner or simple way, and then also talk about riba in the Bible. That even in the Bible, both Old and New Testaments have covered the subject matter of riba. For example, in the book of Exodus, chapter 22, verse 24 to 25, the book of Leviticus, chapter 25, verse 35 to 38, book of Deuteronomy, chapter 23, verse 19 to 21, the book of Ezekiel, Proverbs, Psalm, Nehemiah, all contain certain provisions regarding the prohibition of interest. These are all Old Testament references. In the New Testament, we are told that Jesus Christ did not come to abolish the laws that were there before him, which means all these books, all the provisions of the Old Testament with regards to interest apply to Christianity. In addition to that, in the book of Luke, chapter 6, verse 34 to 35, the issue of interest was also discussed. In the Quran, we know that there are a number of verses that cover the subject matter of riba or interest. For example, in chapter 4, that's Surah An-Nisa, verse 160 to 61. Chapter 3, Surah Ali Imran, verse 130 to 31. In Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 275, 276, 277, and 279. All this covered the subject matter of riba. And we also cited the names of some philosophers, including Aristotle, that also spoke against interest. I also gave an example of interest-bearing transaction. Under maisir, that is gambling, gharar, and halal only, I tried to give some examples of what these things constitute and why they are prohibited in Islamic law. So therefore, we talk about governance, we talk about ethics, we talk about unethical conduct, and we talk about unallowable activities. So some of the do's under governance is accountability, trustworthiness and honesty, transparency and disclosure, as well as responsiveness. Under ethics, Islamic finance emphasizes mutual benefits and fair dealing. These are some of the do's as far as Islamic finance is concerned. And some of the don'ts include: one, unethical conduct, such as manipulation of the market, short measurements, concealing default or fault, and hoarding, cheating, and profiteering. The second aspect of the don'ts is unallowable activities or unallowable things in transaction or Islamic financial transactions, which include selling forbidden items, two sales in one, back-to-back sales, sale of credit, which is called bay'ul ina in fiqh, and then selling of debt with a date. These are some of the don'ts in Islamic finance. Islamic finance has attracted the whole world today. There is no place, no continent, no section of the world that one would go without finding some activities in line with Sharia. Some full-fledged, some subsidiary, and in some cases, window of a number of activities, Islamic financial activities taking place in different parts of the world. Some of the attractiveness of Islamic finance include: one, that it has potential to contribute to more inclusive growth. Islamic finance has potential to contribute to more inclusive growth. Before Jaiz Bank was established and subsequently Taj Bank and now Lotus Bank, and then the window in Islamic IBTC before they applied for the withdrawal of the license, and currently window in Sterling Bank and in SunTrust. And then a number of takaful and much more in the area of capital market as well as Islamic funds. Many people, Muslims and non-Muslims in Nigeria, had actually decided to distance themselves from financial system or the financial system on grounds of either religion or ethics. But with the coming of Islamic finance, those who were hitherto excluded, voluntarily excluded, or involuntarily excluded, have now keyed in, many of them. So therefore, Islamic finance has the potential to contribute to more inclusive growth. Two, provision of access to ethical or social finance. At least now people have access to ethical funds or ethical finance. Three, it promotes macroeconomic and financial stability. The experience of the 2007 global financial crisis is something very, very relevant. International Monetary Fund in 2009, IMF, published a report in which it stated that Islamic financial institutions were the least affected in the entire financial industry, global financial industry. They said this is because Islamic financial institutions have some mechanisms that help them become resilient to the problem of global financial crisis. Four, potential to provide support for SMEs and investing public. Although this is not exclusive to Islamic financial institutions, but because of the financial product of Mudaraba in particular, SMEs have more opportunity to participate in financial system or in getting financing from non-interest financial institutions than from conventional financial institutions. Another reason for the attractiveness of Islamic finance is the issue of profit and loss sharing arrangement. That's a slide. Profit and loss sharing arrangement, either in form of mudaraba or in form of musharaka. And then lastly, there is now favorable government policies supporting Islamic finance in many countries, as we shall see. Islamic finance has 4 components. First is banking, second is takaful, third is capital market, and the 4th component is Islamic funds. In terms of composition, we would see that banking has the largest with about 72.4%, followed by Skook with 22.3%. Then Takaful, fund has, Islamic fund has 4.2%, and finally Takaful has about 1.1% of the total assets, total global assets of Islamic finance. As we speak, or rather based on estimates of as of 31st December 2020, total assets of Islamic finance stood at $2.4 trillion and is expected to hit $3.69 trillion in 2024. As of end of 2018, there are more than 2,000 Islamic financial institutions across the globe, located in 81 countries. Among them, 42 are Islamic countries and 39 are non-Islamic countries. Most developed countries in terms of Islamic finance are Malaysia. It is the leading country, followed by Indonesia, then Bahrain, then United Arab Emirates, and then Saudi Arabia. Africa contributes a meager 2.3% of Islamic finance assets and a meager 1.7% of Skook issuance. Going to Islamic capital market, which is now booming and which has up to 22.3%. One would see that today, one of the advantages of Islamic finance as it's being witnessed in many countries, including Nigeria, especially as it affects public finance, is the idea of Skook. Skook, which is now the emerging trend, the emerging paradigm in public finance, is an Arabic term, and it is the plural of sak. That's the singular form. And it is defined as certificates of equal value representing undivided shares in ownership of tangible assets, usufructs, and services, or the assets of particular project or special investment activity. This is how IOFI define Skook. it is certainly an alternative to conventional interest-based bonds. For a defined period, because in sukuk there must always be a defined period, 10 years, 5 years, or whatever period. The risk and return associated with such assets belong to sukuk holders, which makes their return permissible for them. Under Islamic law, it is not permissible to earn profit when you don't take risk at all. And this is one of the problems of interest. In interest transaction, you take your money to a conventional bank, maybe fix it in fixed deposit accounts. You go back home and sleep with your 2 eyes closed. After 1 month, or 3 months, or 6 months, as the case may be, you get your capital, your principal, plus whatever interest you agreed upon with the bank. In that case, irrespective of what happened to that money, irrespective of what happened to the activities or operations of that bank, all you know is your money. The only time when maybe you will have problem is when the bank go down, meaning when it is declared insolvent and maybe to the point of liquidation. But even with that, your deposit has been partially insured by NDIC. So, but as long as that bank is in operation, you have no business with whether the bank has actually earned profit or loss. You have no problem with what the bank do with the money. All you know is your money. So you are not taking any risk. So, but in Islamic law, you cannot earn a profit where you don't take risk. So you have to have risk. And that is why we say here that for that defined period of the sukuk life, the risk and return associated with it or with the assets of the sukuk belongs to sukuk holders. And because of that, they are entitled to profits. Issuance of papers representing financial obligations originating from trade or other commercial activities was the first effort to actually start something that resembles what we call sukuk today. And this happened a very long time ago, more than 1,000 years ago, in line with what the Quran says in chapter 2, that's Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 282. Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu idha tadayantum bidainin ila ajalin musamman faktubu. So when you collect something or you buy something, and this something that you buy, you don't have the money to pay now, then you give a kind of certification or a paper, a written paper, that yes, I know this thing is yours, but I am I'm buying it and I will pay later. Or this money belongs to you, I am borrowing it, and when I get it, I will pay back. This kind of acknowledgement is what actually paved way or laid the foundation for the development of sukuk. During Umayyad's period, and that was 661 to 750 after Hijrah, there was the practice of commodity coupons, whereby soldiers and other security agencies were paid using coupons. So instead of collecting cash from the treasury and collecting cash from the pay officers, they will collect a coupon indicating the amount they are entitled to for that month. And they will take it to the treasurer or the person who was in charge of government accounts and will pay them. In some cases, they will keep that coupon because they don't need the cash immediately until after some time. They will take the coupon, and on presentation of the coupon, they will be paid the cash equivalent as per what was written in the coupon. So that was actually part of the practices that scholars considered and studied carefully to nurse the idea of developing sukuk. The OIC Fiqh Academy in 1988 released a statement that actually paved the way for developing modern sukuks. And then IIIT continued from that point by coming up with standards, Sharia standards, that are relevant to the issue of sukuk, especially standard number 17. Malaysia was the first country to issue local sukuk in 1990 worth Malaysian ringgit 125 million. And later, in 2001, issued international sukuk worth 150 million US dollars. Thereafter, Qatar, Pakistan, and Dubai joined the queue by lack of good liquidity management among many Islamic financial institutions. First, some have liquidity problem, and second, those that have enough liquidity have problem with managing the liquidity. So if they can get capital market instruments in which they will invest, that will ensure the problem of misusing their liquidity or not knowing what to do with the liquidity. Two, there is always difference, as we know, between maturities of assets and deposits. If the assets or deposits is in excess and that financing activities are not forthcoming, an Islamic financial institution will have problem or will have a problem with non-performing, surplus cash, because it will have cash that is not performing. Since it cannot finance, it cannot invest. And if, peradventure, it has little or fewer deposits, it means it will run the risk of having shortage in cash that it can use to fund investment or to finance activities. So developing sukuk will help banks and other financial institutions to effectively manage their liquidity and also strike a balance between maturities of assets and maturities of deposits. Three, there is lack of active interbank and secondary markets in many countries where Islamic finance is being practiced. For example, in Nigeria, before the development of sukuk or the issuance of sukuk, Islamic financial institutions have been having a very serious problem with excess liquidity, not knowing what to do with it. No windows for financing or investing, and the only alternative, the only available window for them is treasury bills. And treasury bills are interest-based. They cannot invest their money in treasury bills. So they were now left with the problem of what to do with their excess liquidity. The market is tough, competition is stiff, activities are not forthcoming, and they had excess liquidity. So it was a very, very hard time for them. But with the development and issuance of sukuk, that problem was greatly minimized. There is also the problem of lack of acceptable Sharia-compliant instruments. Even where you have banks being given waiver by like central bank in Nigeria, they will say, we do not have any window for you to invest your excess liquidity. So what we will do is we will keep your money for you. But because as part of regulatory requirements, the reserve with CBN, When we keep that money, we will not invest it for you in treasury bills, but at the end of maybe every quarter, we will give you something that is ordinarily supposed to be interest, but because you don't collect interest, we will give you what we call gifts. That has been the problem. Of course, it was an effort made by the Sharia scholars of France, that is Financial Regulation Advisory Council of Experts, the Sharia Committee of CBN. But at Jais, actually, we rejected it. We told them there is nothing like gifts, because what you are doing is another one of saying collect interest. But I know some banks connected actually, especially those with people. So it was a very, very serious problem for these banks. And the same thing with even the carbon companies, they have very few outlets for investing their money, and they have this money kept, few outlets. And they have Islamic funds also, sometimes problem of where to invest and where not to invest. But with the coming of Skook, at least an additional window has been opened or provided, whereby institutions or very high risk associated with it. You give money to someone on partnership, and before you know, you will go and take additional wife. And that's how he's going to spend the money. There is nothing bad in taking an additional wife if you have the means. But to use what is meant for business to take additional wife, for example, I'm just giving an example, in a lighter mode anyway, that is not acceptable. And in fact, that will definitely kill the system. If you give people on Mudaraba, it is the same thing. Because many people have this misconception that when you say non-interest bank or non-interest financial institutions, it's like charity. So therefore, when you go there, they look at the length of your beard and you know how short your trouser is, and whether you are carrying big cherbi, and whether you are from a scholar or a sheikh, and then they give you money, just like that. This is a very serious misconception that up to today, these banks are battling with. But with the issuance of Skook today, at least some of these problems have been addressed, because some of their excess liquidity can now be invested in Skook. And this is the emerging paradigm in public finance. Who issues Skook? Government issues Skook, and government, as far as Skook is concerned, is classified into two. The sovereign government, that is like in Nigeria, federal government, and the quasi-sovereign government, or subnational government, and that is state governments. Federal government can issue Skook as a suitable instrument for treasuries to attract global investors. Government can also issue Skook to achieve long-term funding for infrastructural projects. The first Skook issued in Nigeria was the Osun State Skook, and it was used to construct schools, hospitals, maintain renovate roads, maintain roads, and a number of other infrastructure that the Skook was used for. The first Skook issued by the federal government in 2017, it was on some big places. For example, when you go you will see, to Maiduguri, you will see Skook Road. When you go, you follow Abuja Road, there is Skook Road. You go to the east, to the west, you see a large number of roads that are labeled Skook Road or Skook projects. Financial institutions can also issue Skook. They can use it as a long-term funding instrument to support balance sheet growth and maturity mismatch in their operations. Also, corporations can issue Skook as a long-term funding instrument to support their growth or for the purpose of diversification. Let's briefly look at Skook market outlook. As of December 2020, maybe from the first international Skook issued by Malaysia in 2001 to December 2020, total global issuance was 1422.91 trillion dollar. Asia and Far East has 67.84%, GCC and Middle East has 25.47%, Africa 1.71%, Europe and others 4.96%. This means we are still lagging behind. When we look at this diagram, we would see the composition of that total global sukuk issuance. You would see that this issuance, looking at this, is breakdown of total global sukuk issuance by region in percentage. If you look at the regions, Asia and Far East is leading, followed by GCC and Middle East, followed by Europe and others, and finally Africa is fourth as far as issuance by region is concerned. Next diagram is breakdown of total global sukuk issuance by issuer in billions of dollars from 2001 to 2020. When you look at that also, you see that sovereign sukuk carries the largest share, followed by corporate, that is companies. Then next is quasi-sovereign, that is state level, and finally we have financial institutions. They are the least in terms of issuance. Next is international sukuk issuance by region in millions of dollars. In terms of region, GCC and Middle East is leading, followed by Asia and Far East, and then Europe and others. And you can see a paltry, a very small portion for Africa, very small, highly unnoticeable. You can see only 780 million US dollar so far issued in Africa. Domestic sukuk issuance by region in million of US dollar from 2001 to 2020. We have also Asia and Far East leading as far as domestic, because Malaysia alone, as far as domestic issuance, domestic sukuk issuance is concerned, Malaysia alone has up to about 60-something%. Malaysia alone. And Malaysia is part of Asia and Far East. So they are leading, followed by GCC and Middle East, including Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and so on. And then followed by Europe and others. And still, Africa is somewhere here. You can see it. Next is breakdown of sukuk issuance in billions of dollars from 2016 to 2020. I decided to present 5-year, 5-year activities so that we can see the trend. Now looking at it, it is still clear that, of course, the blue, okay, it's not showing now, the blue is representing international, global, and then within the global, you have domestic and international. Because you can issue domestic sukuk using your local currency. You can also issue international sukuk in order to attract foreign investors. using standardized currency, more usually dollar. So in terms of domestic issuance, you have more issuance than, you have more domestic issuance than international issuance. Because like the Gambia has actually issued more than 700 domestic sukuk. In fact, at one of the workshops I facilitated on sukuk in 2018, the representative of Gambia at that training in Abuja told us that at a point in time they were issuing sukuk on monthly basis, domestic sukuk. But of course there are a lot of structural issues and even some Sharia issues, which many of them got the clarification during that workshop. So if you look at it, this, what do you call this? Apart from the long one, the green. Gray, is it gray? Gray is representing domestic, while the other one is representing international. Next is breakdown of global sukuk issuance by tenor, long term and short term. The green is representing long term, while the other one is representing short term. This means that as far as sukuk issuance is concerned, long-term sukuks are much more than, or more higher than short-term sukuk issuance. Next is breakdown of sukuk issuance outstanding. Because when you have your sukuk, we mentioned that it is for a defined period. It may be 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, as the case may be. It may even be more than that. Now, as you issue this sukuk, some are liquidated. Because if you take 2001 as the beginning year, when Malaysia issued the first international sukuk in January 2001, to December 2020, some of the sukuks have matured and have therefore been liquidated. Some are still outstanding. So therefore, the outstanding sukuk is also presented in this diagram. And we have domestic sukuk taking the largest share, followed by, international sukuk taking the largest share, because international sukuk is usually, or is almost always long-term. And therefore, the balance outstanding is always high. Followed by domestic sukuk, which is in most cases short-term or medium-term, or 5 years, 7 years. And then followed by, the green is representing the global outstanding amount. And of this global outstanding amount, domestic has the lion's share because of the number of issues so far, which is in thousands in different countries. Put together, when you put the issuances of different countries together, and then followed by international issuance that is still outstanding. Africa has been also issuing sukuk, as we mentioned. Sukuk issuance in Africa is mostly sovereign and has continued to grow both in size and in number of countries that keep to it. It is important to state that although most of the issuances in Africa is sovereign in nature, but of recent we've started seeing the proliferation of corporate sukuks coming on board. For example, in Nigeria, there is one corporate sukuk that was recently completed. Very recently, just about a month ago, I was informed that it has been completed and even, I think, oversubscribed. And there are so many sukuks that are in the pipeline now in Nigeria, largely corporate sukuk. In Nigeria, in addition to Osun State subnational sukuk and federal government three issuances totaling 350 billion naira, several corporate sukuks are in the pipeline. Advanced work is ongoing in Egypt, Kenya, Uganda, Tunisia, Morocco, and Tanzania to facilitate sukuk issuance since 2018. And some of these countries have not been able to issue, but they are still working seriously to see that they issue sukuk in their countries. According to IIIT, 8 types of sukuk have been identified: cell-based, lease-based, partnership-based, and agency-based. Under cell-based, there is sukuk al-muraba'a, sukuk al-salam, and sukuk al-istisna. Under lease-based, they identify ijara sukuk, sukuk al-ijara. Then under partnership, they identify mudaraba sukuk and sukuk al-musharaka. And then there is the wakala sukuk under agency. And then apart from this, in addition to this, they also identified muzara'a, musaka, and mugarasa meant for agricultural activities. So when you put together the types of sukuk that IIIT identified, you have 3 under sale-based, 1 under lease-based, making 4. Partnership has 2, making 6. Then you have wakala, 7. And then this song, muzara'a, mugarasa, and musaka, which I said are agriculture-based. In terms of tradability, because it is always important to talk about tradability. Since we are talking about capital market, one of the beauties of capital market is that when you are no longer interested in holding whatever you have, you can actually transfer ownership through sale of that, holding you have. So tradability is important as far as sukuk is concerned. However, according to IIIT and many scholars, sukuk is classified into tradable and non-tradable. Tradable sukuk include ijara, musharaka, and mudaraba, because these are traded in secondary markets. While non-tradable sukuk are muraba'a, salam, and istisna. There is an argument among scholars that there is no need at all to issue non-tradable sukuk, because of what essence will it be if you cannot transfer ownership? Must you continue to keep your holding as a sukuk holder even if you are no longer interested? Or what happens if the holder dies and the value of that sukuk share is shared among his legal heirs? If some of them want to opt out, they cannot transfer that ownership because there is no market for it. So what is the essence of issuing non-tradable sukuk? This is one of the arguments. But in terms of permissibility, it is permissible provided all the requirements are met. It is permissible to issue non-tradable sukuk. In Nigeria, for now, the sovereign sukuk that the federal government, including Osun State, issued are all ijara-based sukuk. And this ijara is even forward ijara, that is ijara mawsufa fi dhimma. That's the type of ijara that has been issued, or sukuk al-ijara that has been issued. However, at the level of corporate sukuk, now sukuks are coming up, especially on the basis of wakala. I know a few that are in the pipeline, and very soon they will be actually, in public space for people to invest. This slide contains brief explanation on each of the types of sukuk I mentioned, and I don't have to read it or explain it because people would maybe eventually get the slides, so therefore they can make use of it. But it is all important to mention that as far as sukuk market is concerned, it is development based on 4 factors. Number 1, institutional and regulatory development. Without adequate regulatory and institutional development, it is not possible for sukuk market to thrive, not only in Nigeria, but globally. Alhamdulillah, countries are trying. In Nigeria, for example, I think for now we are covered. Alhamdulillah, we are covered in terms of sukuk issuance. That we don't have problem. Federal government can issue sukuk. All the necessary requirements are being followed. Alhamdulillah, so far so good. Subnational that states can also issue. Corporates, organizations. The only thing we have now is to encourage financial institutions to start issuing sukuk. Because for now, I'm not aware, it may be I don't know, but it seems there is no any financial institution that is working towards issuing a sukuk. 2, product and market development. No matter what effort you make to get these regulations on ground, if you cannot actually develop new products, because all these products we mentioned, all these types of sukuk we mentioned, you can go for some of them on hybrid basis. Although the structure is usually very complex and sometimes Sharia issues or Sharia concerns may be detected in some of these hybrid structures. But the truth of the matter is that it is not just enough. It's just like what is happening in the banking system, whereby we know the normal ijara. Ijara muntahiya bitamlik, or ijara mawsufa fi dhimma, or ijara thumma al-bay, and so on. Now, people are going, because if they don't innovate, if they are not innovative enough, they will not be able to satisfy the needs of the market or the needs of their customers. So you now have ijara service, whereby people can actually key into ijara financing on or for either school fees or medical bills or rent, payment of rent through ijara service. This is certainly an innovation, because when you go through the fiqh books, you will not find some of these things, but they are still within the broad-based principles of this, ijara. It does not actually contradict or violate any of the essential elements of ijara. So the more you think, innovate, and bring new product to the market, the better. So it is in view of this that we are advocating product and market development. People need to think and also look at what the market needs and then come up with products that are within the confines, in line with the established principles. 3, legal and Sharia framework. You need more research. We need more research on some of these things. Not only as regards to sukuk, but generally Islamic finance. There is need for additional knowledge. We need to read, we need to learn more, we need to share experience, and we need to interact with one another. We also need to listen to complaints by customers regarding some of the practices in Islamic financial institutions. As far as 2020, when the new or the amended CBN Act was signed into law, that the issue of non-interest banking was expressly mentioned. About 4 different provisions made for non-interest financial institutions, including the name Advisory Committee of Experts, is now in the amended CBN Act. And then NDIC Act also, 2016, has done a great deal of good, for the development of Islamic financial institutions in Nigeria. Because as we stand today, NDIC also made provision to ensure the deposits, some specific deposits of non-interest financial institutions, as much as it is ensuring for the conventional financial institutions. And then also in terms of Sharia governance, we don't have a problem, because the Sharia governance of Islamic financial institutions, banking institutions, and I believe the Takaful institution, has been made expressly clear. CBN has actually released Sharia governance guidelines for financial institutions, for banking, both deposit money and microfinance. And I was made to understand that NDIC has a similar provision in terms of Sharia governance. And then we have the Security and Exchange Commission that also has a comprehensive guidelines with regards to sukuk and other, related matters. So I think in terms of Sharia and in terms of legal framework, we are covered. And then finally, enhancement of knowledge and expertise. We have to do a lot of sensitization as we are doing now. A lot of expertise is required because there is still that of knowledge on these things among us. Lastly, which is the final slide, challenges, or I think last but one, challenges to sukuk issuance. In this slide, we try to summarize some of the challenges, and we categorize the challenges into legal issues, standardization issues, mechanics for default issues, and then other issues. When you read the paper, you would find what is contained there. Now lastly, prospect of sukuk market. One, growing preference for Sharia compliant products. It will interest you to know that even at the banking level, many of the shareholders, or a good number of shareholders in Jaiz, in Taj Bank, are not Muslims. They are Christians. And they're depositors. And then some of the customers that patronize some of the products, especially Murabba products, are Igbo businessmen in all the regions where Jaiz Bank and Taj Bank is located. Don't see it as an effort to Islamize. It's just a politicization of this concept, Islamization. Banking is banking. So therefore, they believe it is better, it is cheaper, it is more profitable, it's easier for them to actually improve and grow their business than going to conventional banks. So therefore, they are now running to, Islamic or non-interest financial institutions for their Murabaha and other related services. So people have preference now for Sharia compliance. They will tell you we want Sharia compliance. Two, competitiveness of sukuk. Sukuk is very competitive. People are actually running for it. You remember when the first sukuk was issued in Nigeria, it was oversubscribed. The second one the same. In the case of that one, I think it was about 14%. Is it 14 or 4%? I think 14 or 400% oversubscription. Now you can imagine the kind of desire or interest people have shown in investing in sukuk, which is Sharia compliant bond. Three, infrastructural development is going on seriously. Of course, not in Nigeria, that will help the proliferation of sukuk. Not in Nigeria for now, but at least in Asia and in GCC countries, a lot of work is being done, a lot of effort is being made by the countries to actually develop infrastructure that would actually make sukuk more attractive. Of course, even in Nigeria, we have seen roads, renovation going on using sukuk funds. So therefore, as we move on, we will come to a time when airports will be built, railway station will be built using sukuk funds, and these terminal bus stops will actually be used for, sukuk fund will be used to construct it, and so on and so forth, including healthcare services and so on. So it means there is this potential, and therefore it's a prospect to sukuk. Another prospect is the issue of favorable government policies. We mentioned in Nigeria, for example, what SEC has done so far. They have done an impressive work, honestly. And as we speak, or as we've been saying, as it is now, Nigeria has one of the most robust legal framework as far for Islamic finance across the globe. One of the most robust in the whole world, with the release of the amended CBN Act, the NDIC guideline or Act on insurance cover for non-interest financial institutions, SEC Act on issues regarding sukuk and so on. Nigeria now has one of the most robust legal framework for Islamic finance to thrive. So you can see that things are actually moving forward. And then lastly, economic diversification. There is need for economic diversification, and therefore sukuk is one of those tools that can be used to diversify the economy. For example, in Nigeria, moving from oil and gas, or diversifying from oil and gas to other things. If you look at Malaysia, for example, many of the infrastructure we envy when we go there, They are a product of Sukuk. When you go to United Arab Emirates, most of the infrastructures that you envy there, government did not bring out money from its pocket or coffers to actually build or construct them. It was a product of Sukuk. If you go to Qatar, the same thing. Things are moving very fast. So in Nigeria, you can do a lot with Sukuk if and only if we are ready and we want to do it. So therefore, it is also important to note that economic diversification from oil and gas is easy and is possible using Sukuk funds. So these are some of the things that now underlie what we consider as prospect of Sukuk. This is the last slide, and I say thank you for
presentation on the Islamic economics and finance, and also the new paradigm in public finance, not only in Nigeria, but I believe globally. You said in Nigeria, but your presentation covered the entire globe. So once again, alhamdulillah and jazakumullahu khairan. Unfortunately, we do not have the luxury of reviewing the presentation, but there is even no need for that. It was so clear, so eloquent. The only thing is, I believe, even though we do not have that much time, but I think we can, eventually maybe take 2 or 3 questions. A very, very, very brief, please. You can see it's almost 1:30.
So we'll just take 1 question from each row.
Yeah. Okay. Please make it very snappy.
For insurance. There's a rumor that the major shareholders in Jai's Bank are Igbos. So I don't know whether it is true or not, sir. Thank you. From the Faculty of Law of Bello University. My question is, sir, can there be something like Islamic commodity market, just like we have in Abuja commodity market, and in Lagos, the one in Lagos? Can there be something like that?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mustafa. My question goes this way. I want to digress a little away from the contents of the presentation to seek our amiable professor's thoughts on the contemporary issues around Islamic finance, such as the benchmarking issue. You know that the Islamic finance industry has been relying on LIBOR and Euribor, CLIBOR, and what have you, as a basis for benchmarking Islamic finance credit instruments. That is one. Benchmarking, where are we? Secondly, on the issue of accepting gold deposits by banks, I remember I raised this issue at a conference in Abuja organized by the Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation and attended by all the chief executive officers of the banks then, and those that were having windows. Now, why are we still not considering keeping gold deposits as it is being practiced by Bank Rakyat in Malaysia, or giving gold or accepting gold as collateral, that is rahan? I want to seek your thoughts about these 2 issues.
Next. That's all. That's all. Yes, sir.
The shareholders are non-Muslims, maybe Igbo non-Muslims. It does not actually take the bank away from being Sharia compliant, provided its processes, its activities, and its financing are in line with Sharia. Nowhere in the Sharia, nowhere a Muslim is prevented from, transacting business with non-Muslims. Nowhere. in the Sharia. In fact, on the very day our noble Prophet Muhammad ﷺ died, he had his garnet with a Jew. He borrowed food, or he bought food on credit, and he pledged that garnet with him as collateral on the very day he died. So it means it is not out of place, it's not un-Islamic to transact or to do business with a non-Muslim. They are all partners in business. What is important is the substance. It's not about the name. The substance is what matters. That is one. Two, for the sake of information, I would say no. More than 90% of the shareholders are Muslims. And those with the largest share are also Muslims, and in fact from the north. Because we know many of them, I'm sure, the Mutallabs, the Tatas, the Indinis, these are the ones with the largest share. So they are all Muslims. But I am saying, assuming they are equal business people, there is nothing wrong with that, and that will not make Jais or any other bank un-Islamic, provided its processes, its activities are in line with Sharia, so be it. Because you can have a bank called Islamic Bank, but if its processes are not in line with Islam, then it's just there, it's not Islamic, it's not Sharia compliant. So it's not about the name, but the substance. Two, the issue of commodity market, well, let me charge my brother with that responsibility. Creating awareness, sensitizing, and mobilizing, especially our business people, to actually consider coming up with something like that. With something in Zaria, in Kaduna, and of course, all other places, so that people can always make use of that, provided it's going to be Sharia compliant. On benchmarking, I like to remind, or rather, inform the hall or our distinguished participants that the person that asked the question is also in the forefront of trying to provide solution to the problem. So where are we now is where you know we are. Because I think the last article published on this, he was the one that shared it with us. So therefore, we are still where we go. No more, no less. On gold deposits, I think one of the challenges that financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions, or non-interest financial institutions have with gold deposit is whether gold, as it is today in Nigeria, for example, is an asset or is a medium of exchange. If it's a medium of exchange, then it will be treated like our Naira. And I don't think banks will have any problem. But then, is there any regulation from CBN or by CBN on gold deposits? Certainly for now, no. So that is why new conventional banks are keeping gold deposit as assets. Just like you will get your certificates, seal of oils, and so on as valuables for safekeeping, so also gold and silver are taken to banks as valuables and not as deposits. So they are treated under valuables for safekeeping. So if, for example, Islamic financial institutions or non-interest financial institutions in Nigeria want to keep these valuables for safekeeping, then the issue would be, for what reason? Because in the case of conventional banks, they are charging for that. But in Islam, we know according to Sharia, you cannot charge anybody for keeping something with you in trust. So therefore, if they keep gold and silver with all its associated risks, they are not entitled to charge a dime. They can't charge anything, and it will be occupying their bulk room or strong room, and of no benefit for them. So therefore, banks will not actually collect that as valuables because it's not permissible for them to charge anything on that since it is in trust. And they cannot trade with it because there is no regulation for that in Nigeria, so therefore they cannot collect it. So both in terms of deposit and in terms of Rahan, maybe Rahan is even a little bit easier because since it's valuable, just like you can actually take CFO of your house as maybe collateral, so also gold, if maybe a bank deem appropriate. But my fear is I don't think there is any regulation on that, collecting or accepting gold as maybe collateral in Nigeria. Now, please.
Would trade in gold, where we would have transactions that are denominated in gold, musharaka denominated transactions, mudaraba, and all that. I have the standard. And which means that banks, Islamic financial institutions, can key into that. And I don't know whether Jais is a member of IIIT. If Jais is a member of IIIT, it means that the standard that was developed, I think around, it's not a new standard, a recent standard. It has been there and financial institutions were adopting it. I think this issue of using gold as a means of transaction can become something relevant in our economic activities.
Thank you. Let me just say one thing. That's very okay. Jais Bank always rely on IIIT for everything, but we have to understand that IIIT is just an organization, an independent organization, and every bank must operate within the law of its land, the land, laws of the land. So in Nigeria, if you look at even the guidelines for the establishment, for the supervision of non-international institutions, you'll see clearly that the laws that have been stated include CBN Act, BOFIA, KAMA, SEC regulations, and then they mention IOFI and IFS, which means, although they are also very important standards, but they are subject to compliance with our law. So the issue is not about whether dealing in gold is haram. No, it's not haram. But since there is no regulation for now in Nigeria, Jais Bank or Taj Bank or any other bank in Nigeria cannot trade in gold because there is no provision, there is no legal provision for that. And on keeping it as valuable, it is of no use to it. Because it will only keep it since it cannot charge anything as if their conventional counterparts are doing, it will only keep something as liability for it. So there will be no need. But as time goes on, maybe we will have regulation on gold, in Nigeria. And when we have that, I think Jais or any other bank will definitely be willing to participate in that because it is going to add to their income. And I'm sure they will not even wait for anybody to advise them. They will key in automatically because they are looking for more money.
And information on Islamic finance generally and Islamic economics, Islamic economics generally and Islamic finance in particular. There is no doubt that, from the presentations from yesterday to today, it is obvious that within these confines of Islamic finance, the solutions to most of our economic challenges lie. In other words, if we are to use the buy, so if the nation will leverage, on the opportunities, ample opportunities that are provided by the different segments of Islamic finance, definitely our nation will be much, much greater for. And with respect to the universality of Islamic finance, generally, let me only, I think it was reported that at one time, I don't know whether it's still the case now, even about 50% of the customers of the Islamic banking, services are actually non-Muslims. So the Islamic financial system is really very, very open. And I'm sure the ulama will agree that will even welcome participation, by everyone, so that it's not looked at as something that belongs to only a segment of the population. So it's actually to the credit of the Islamic financial institutions that everybody is participating. and I'm sure we look forward to more of that. So having said that, the time is not on our side, and let me, on behalf of the organizations, I know they will do their own thanking, but all the same, express our wonderful appreciation to our dear participants, who have, endured, with us from yesterday to today. We thank you very much for your discipline, for your patience, for your participation, and we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reward all, in the best way possible. Jazakumullahu khairan. I think I will just hand you over to the MC, to read out the next few activities, after which we will close the workshop, and then Allahu khairan.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It's indeed a privilege to have you in our midst. And I want to also use the opportunity to thank all the presenters that presented their papers today. They were quite very enriching. By virtue of our schedule, I will at this point invite the Head, Department of Banking and Finance, for his closing remark.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think the first thing that we need to do is to say Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us the opportunity to have witnessed this great activity. Now, the first, on behalf of the Department of Banking and Finance, we wish to say a very big thank you to our partners in the collaboration of this workshop, that is IIIT, particularly Dr. Ali Utanko and Alaji Shitu for being here with us. I will equally seize the opportunity to thank the Chief Host, who has been heavily represented by Dr. Wolo Haruna, the Director of the Center for Economics and Finance. And at the same time, I would like to thank the entire presenters for taking their time and exchanging knowledge with us. If you look at the schedule of activities, we've only been able to cover curriculum, work, cooperatives in Islam and public finance. We have so much to offer. In the future, we should be looking at mutual funds, the finance companies, pension funds, insurance, which has been discussed, then the stock exchange, particularly the corporate bonds scope, microfinance, and so on and so forth. Now, let me pass an information to the entire members team here, that for now the department is looking at a situation whereby we are going to incorporate the option of Islamic banking and finance, starting from diploma down to the PhD. Currently, we are working on curriculum. Currently, we are working on curriculum review and development for the PhD and the MPhil. There, we are going to have options, and like it has been said, these options for Islamic banking and finance should not be just for the Muslim students. Everyone is welcome into it. And another good information is last week we were in a meeting with some of the key strategic partners in the industry. The whole idea is that they are looking forward toward us, particularly ABU Business School and more particular Department of Banking and Finance, to produce graduates that can fit in easily into the high vacancies that are available over there. So with this, I would like to thank every one of us that is here and wish us safe journey back to our destination. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi.
I stated this earlier in my introduction that we were here yesterday and today because of their concerted effort to bring us together for us to learn something new and get new perspectives on the topics that were so far deliberated upon. Well, for me as the MC, I want to tell you that this marks the end of this program. And I also want to use this medium to thank you all for being a part of this gathering, and we look forward to another interesting workshop. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Well, we have a renowned cleric in our midst, so I will invite Professor Ahmadu.
اللهم صل على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آل محمد كما صليت على آل إبراهيم وبارك على محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا ثم تفرقنا بعده تفرقا. اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا ثم تفرقنا بعده تفرقا مقصودا مرحوما ولا تجعل فينا شقيا ولا محروما. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين.